Okay. It's finally time for preservation. Now, elephant in the room with Prez. I talked about this a little bit on the last stream, but obviously, you know, if people watch this stuff out of order or just skip to the spec that they like, I want to make sure that it's all covered. And this might be hard to find because obviously that stream has been renamed. But I've already done a little bit of Prez. Basically, what happened with this spec is the stream, like if you're looking through the recordings and stuff, the one where we did most of Guardian Druid, that was initially meant to be preservation. And there was an unfortunate incident with the very first key that I did, where I had a 10 Cinder Brew, and the 10 Cinder Brew got bricked, well, pretty quickly. So, we are now finally doing actual preservation of Evoker, but off-stream, I did last week get some 10s done. Now, this is a different Cinder Brew that I did. This was a pug, not my key. So even though I have 4 10s done here, the stated purpose of the challenge is I need to get a timed 10 in every dungeon. And I do have 3 timed 10s. This one does not count, so I will have to do Cinder Brew again and finally get redemption, because this dungeon has been my curse. I don't even think I've done poorly with it for the most part, especially like in this run in particular. This group wiped to IPA twice, because I was literally second overall on damage to the brew droplets as a Prez Evoker. We just had 2 DPS not targeting them, and yeah, that was fun. So hopefully I get some better luck with Cinder Brew this time around. Now, I believe also my key is a workshop, which unfortunately is one of the ones I've already completed. So I will need to pug into some groups, but I have a decent score already. It shouldn't be that hard. And although I did do the other Prez keys off stream, and I know that some people may be like, oh, well, that's like partially cheating, right? And although I've been pretty loose with like the rules for this challenge, I generally do want to show everything. I posted about it in my Discord. What I'm going to do as compensation is I am going to do Prez Evoker Keystone Legend. Now, it's not like this stream particularly we're going to get Keystone Legend. No. It's just that certain specs that I feel I want to get more practice with, I'm going to, over the course of the entire challenge, eventually push further with them. I'll be doing the same on Blood Decay, and I technically will be doing the same on Prot Paladin and Brewmaster Monk, but like Prot Pally, I'm literally 20 score off, so, you know, it's like that. Those two are more formalities than anything, but I do want to also get it done with Blood and Prez, which require a little bit more work to get there, and I'm sure I'll add more specs to that challenge. It'll be like a case-by-case basis, but I think that's fair to do for Prez. Sink said, good evening. Good evening to you as well. It got bricked by some Vengeance DH. That guy sucked. That guy did redeem himself in the Disc Priest keys, though. He did help me time a 10 Cinder Brew on Disc, so he had his redemption arc already, but I still need my Cinder Brew redemption arc on my Prez Evoker. Surely we get that this stream, I believe. Also, let me check with Gant. I'll message him. Healer at some point. Because earlier Gant was saying, I guess, I mean, you can see guild chat on screen, right? That he was gonna try to do keys, which I don't know if they'll be necessarily overlap, and he also might have a healer, but just in case, I'll let him know. Leaked. Yeah, I guess. Not much important stuff leaked here, thankfully. Let's see. Where do I want to start? Oh, I should also note, because obviously there's only 5 keys to go, unless it's like a catastrophic key session, which has happened, so it's not unheard of. If that happens, then maybe we just do Prez this stream, but I'm also 6 out of 8 keys for Guardian Keystone Hero, so Like, obviously, I'm not going to do an entire stream just for 2 keys, so I'd like to get Guardian done after another one. Now, if I don't get it done today, well, Disc Priest were 4 out of 8, so I could do 4 dungeons on Disc and then finish Guardian at that point. And Disc, I guess at this point I'd say I'm more confident on Disc. I feel like I'm like equally confident on both Prez and Disc at this point, but Disc, I mean, it's just stronger, right? Like, now that I really get Disc, there's just more disgusting stuff that you can do with that spec, where I've seen some demonic pulls that I managed to keep everybody alive through, and I'm just like, I don't even know how. Like, I'm not really sure. I'm just, like, hitting the healing stuff and, like, doing my atonement shit, and it just does insane healing. Which, yeah, there's a reason why that spec is meta. But Prez Evoker, even though I feel like I know what I'm doing, and I can definitely, in some situations, get away with healing through ridiculous bursts of damage, it's nowhere near as consistent, and I also do kind of need to play around cooldowns, like, you know, rewind or stasis and stuff like that. Whereas Disc, it kind of feels like you can just hit everything. Like, half the time, what is it, like Apotheosis or Evangelism or whatever it is, feels like it's as strong as Rewind, except that's on a 1.5 minute cooldown, Rewind is on a 4 minute cooldown. And now I know that technically speaking, Rewind, I think, is stronger, right? But if for practical, like, oh shit situations in a dungeon, I don't know. I feel like it's a lot more impactful. The Disc Priest cooldown, that is. I feel like Rewind is definitely a better raid CD. Especially because, you know, it just flat affects every ally within a certain range. Whereas the, I think it's Evangelism. It requires you to have Atonement on targets already, so it's maybe a little bit more limited in scope, but I mean, it does seem really good. And I've saved a lot of pulls where, like, everybody gets spiked down to 10%, snap Evangelism, and then boom, burst everybody up back to full health. So. There's a Prez Evoker you always watch called Ryerson. I am aware of him, actually, yeah. He was... I didn't watch his YouTube videos, but I did hear about him because I knew somebody who played with him in Season 1. So one of the people who I looked at when I was prepping for this challenge is I looked at his Raider.io, and I basically looked at what he was doing. Now, that being said, one thing he did that I didn't copy is he was running a lot of Disintegrate talents, and I asked the Preservation Evoker player in my guilds about his thoughts on running the Disintegrate package in Mythic Plus, and his exact words were, anybody who runs those talents are dumb and bad. So I did not take those. Now, obviously, I would imagine there's a reason he's running it, and I figure that, especially in higher keys, you know, being able to contribute more damage as a healer is impactful, and it sounds like it's very min-maxy for pushing damage, which, if that's what you're doing at a super high key level and you're really trying to, like, make Prez work in any way that you can, I can see how that might be valuable. But at the level that I'm currently playing Prez, I don't really think that that is necessary, nor would it really be more beneficial than having some more healing while I'm still getting used to the spec. And I'm still able to do very solid damage without running the Disintegrate stuff, especially on AoE, where a lot of it comes from, you know, tip Fire Breath into Chrono Flames. But a lot of the other stuff that he was running, Ryerson, that is, yeah, I actually did look at his builds and stuff and take inspiration from that, so, yeah. But I haven't, like, watched his videos, so generally, I guess if I'm in a situation where, like, it's a raid boss or something like that, or if I'm really trying to, like, see how much I can push a spec, I will watch other people's POVs. Like, you know, for Gallywix or Mugsy or something like that, harder bosses where there's, like, a very specific thing that you need to do. I'll watch, well, obviously a guide, but then every now and then I might see, like, okay, how did somebody playing the thing that I played do it? Like, I watched POVs for, like, how people handled the bomb soaks on Mugsy, as an example, because there were a few different ways that people did that. Gallywix, there were a few different strategies for how to do some of the Gallywix movements, so I watched like 1 or 2 POVs just to get a general idea on what other tanks were doing. And a lot of times the general thing that I seem to notice is that it kind of differed, especially Gallywix, because Gallywix is a little bit RNG. Technically not RNG, but like in practice, it's a little bit random with a slight incorrect positioning on the boss can completely fuck the bomb positioning. So in practice, you basically just kind of need to adapt on the fly to like doing the bomb soaks. But it was still useful to see something like that. But for a lot of other bosses, once I understand the basic strategy, I get like a general idea and like, okay, what talents and stuff are other people playing? And then I kind of just, like, cook my own shit with how I play. Because I feel it's better to try and get a feel for something on your own. And then, instead of trying to basically replicate exactly what somebody else is doing. And once I have a solid understanding on, like, how I like to play a certain spec, then I might look to see, like, are there any little tricks that top players are doing that I can incorporate? Or something like that. But, yeah, anyways. Don't listen to Whittle, that guy's got rotten cooking, especially for M+. I mean, to be fair to Whittle, he actually did give me a lot of really good prez tips that have helped me out a lot, so, you know. He definitely knows what he's talking about, but, well, you're right, it's Whittle, so. I would imagine in some cases like that, he is prone to hyperbole. That guy was the prez guy, but you had to reel him in a few times. It's a shame that I'm never going to get to see him actually play prez. I mean, I've heard you guys mention that he used to be really good at prez, which obviously is why I've been asking him so much about it, and clearly he's knowledgeable about prez. But since I've been here, obviously, he's only ever played Mistweaver, and now he quit, so I'll never get to see anything else. Unlucky. I guess, or what was it that he said? Unless his life falls apart. So, you know. I guess, is it bad to say that I'm, like, hopeful that, you know, maybe that happens so I get to see Whittle Prez? Like, obviously, I don't hope that his life falls apart. You know, hope everything goes well for Whittle, but I guess if his life does fall apart, then I hope that he comes back as a Prez Evoker so I can learn a little bit. He cooked a Prez build that was super unique and Aberrus. What was, like, the difference? Because obviously I'm still learning the basics of it. But I've heard that there's, like, a lot of different builds, but... Because I asked Whittle a lot about how Flameshaper works, and based on that conversation we had, I feel like I have a general understanding of how Flameshaper would play in a raid setting. But there's also... I've heard there's, like, a lot of builds based around Blossom, and I haven't really played around that, so... Blossom versus the TA build? Oh, okay, it's different in this expansion, I guess. Gotcha. You told him he was dumb and bad for playing it on Raz. I mean, I respect that, though, because I'm always very much of a, like, I try to cook my own builds, and there have been times when I'll be running, like, a 10% pick rate talent, and I'll have people question me, and I'm like, no, trust me, everybody else is just bad. And I feel like in most cases, I tend to be right whenever I make those calls, so I respect somebody trying a unique build and just being committed. Yeah, that's fair, though, trying to play an ideal stacked fight type builds on Raz, especially when, for arguably the hardest parts of Raz, the raid was literally split in two. And I guess, well, the single hardest part of Raz would have been Intermission 2. And even then, I mean, you might be slightly stacked, but there's heavy movement. I hated Raz. Razageth is maybe one of my least favorite end bosses in a very long time. I don't know if it's an unpopular opinion, but I think that I hate Raz more than I hated Sylvanas. And I think most people would say that, like, in recent expansions, Sylvanas was their least favorite end boss, but no. In my opinion, Raz was worse. On Mythic, obviously. Which, I know that me and you are talking about the same thing, but every time I say that, somebody is like, I love Razageth on Heroic, and then it's like, a very different fight on Mythic. Environment love the Blossom build? Yeah. I did consider figuring it out for Prez, but everything that I've read just seems to indicate it's not really viable at the moment. And I've said in the past that I'm not going to try and force builds that are not really viable in any sense. Some people, like, a good example is, a lot of people told me, oh, well, Voidweaver Disc is better than, like, any build that Prez can play right now. But nobody is playing Voidweaver Disc at the highest levels, right? It's a little bit different than, say, like, you know, speaking from a spec that I play, Brewmaster Monk, right now, is actually seeing a good bit of competition at the top level between Shadowpan and Master of Harmony. There is some difference there in who's playing what. And honestly, it's hard to say which one's better. I've been looking into it a lot, and I've been trying Master of Harmony now more. Whereas back in Season 1, it's like, you were just an idiot if you played Master of Harmony. Now, a lot of top brewmasters have been making the switch. So, at that point, yeah, it's worth learning both, if you're going to really learn to play the spec. In the case of Prez, obviously there are two different hero talent builds, but Flameshaper is only ever run in Raid. And while I do think it would be interesting to learn that, it's just not really practical to do Raid for this challenge. Just because, like, I know one or two people said that they were going to try something similar to what I'm doing, but for AOTC. And I don't want to, like, take away from that, right? Like, if that's a challenge you want to do, that is totally cool. But when I think about whether I would do something like that for AOTC, personally, I don't feel that for the level that I'm interested in, it would really be meaningful at all, because I just don't really feel that there would be enough to be learned by healing, or really doing AOTC in general. I feel like even if I were to pug a full Heroic raid, it's at this point in the tier way too hit or miss to really be a good learning opportunity, and that especially goes for healing, just because raid healing is just so finicky in general. And I feel like it's really, really hard to feel like you've actually learned how to do raid healing until you're healing like a Mythic prog boss, personally. So, would I potentially like to learn Mythic raid healing at some point? Possibly. But it would have to be that. Like, I don't really think that I would get anything useful in terms of, like, knowledge by trying to do AOTC, basically. Ran double TA and coded the raid in Echoes versus Blossom and just shit out of Blossoms in a small area. Whittle wrote the Blossom guide. He was the Blossom guy. Is that why you guys always call him the Blossom Bomber? I guess that nickname makes sense now. Let me, while I sit here, I'll start looking for... I actually... Oh, shit. Ganth messaged me. Okay, Ganth said that his mother-in-law is healing, so... Unfortunate. Alright. So, I'm just gonna start looking for groups, and... I need to filter out Theater, Priory, and Workshop. I did the opposite of what I was trying to do. I filtered those in. Alright, let's do 10 to 12. He terrorized our raided Sark with the bombs. That clip I did see, yes. I think Brockar posted that like a few weeks ago. Dark Flame, sure. That would actually give me a lot of score. Probably gonna be difficult to get into a lot of groups, but I'll see what I can do. Really, I just need to get any 10 done so I can reroll my key and hopefully it's something that I can run on my own. Alright, Rookery. This is one that I have been a little bit dreading, just because of the last boss. Which, I healed like a decent Rookery. Yeah, I healed an 8 Rookery, and the last boss, all things considered, went pretty well. I think when it comes to Rookery, my position has generally been, like, if somebody is just extensively outranging me, that's their fucking problem. I'm not going to run halfway across the room and try to heal them. I'm just going to let them start to die, and then they're going to have to make the decision, okay, I'm outranging my Pres Evoker. I'm going to run a little bit closer to the center and play the fight properly. Because I did try to do a Rookery where I flew around everywhere and tried to hunt people down, and it was just a nightmare. But if I stay in the center and just play around like what I can realistically reach, it's not that bad. Well, it's bad, but like all things considered, it's healable, I guess.
2, 1.
Thank the Titans you are here.
I'm gonna minimize chat for this though, because I'm a little bit nervous about this one. Okay. Boomkin. Just sitting up there. It's always a Boomkin. I swear to fucking god, dude. I don't know what it is with Boomkins. Every time I play Pres Evoker, there's a fucking Boomkin in the group who just stands out in the middle of nowhere and makes my life a living hell. It's gonna be this shit again. At the very least, I'm gonna try to get a time anomaly on him here. Alright, there we go. Using the roleplay to my advantage. This, do this. Yeah. It should have been mine, builder. Fortunate timing on the stasis going off, but it should be fine.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
What's the Zalatath FX? Oh, it's the kill the mob one. Okay, I like this one. Let's do this. The guy is getting fucking slapped around. Chain into the caster pole, I guess? Okay, they're not chaining into the caster pole. I guess that's good for me, then. The moment Solar Beam's about to expire, I'm Nice. Let's get a anomaly on. Fuck you, Mr. Boomkin. Yeah, I should just over here. Yep.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Stupid mob. Being kind of slow here. The paladin, at least. I'm gonna T to you.
My emissary.
Guy is getting blasted.
Take it.
Where's the paladin? Oh, he's off in the fucking corner. Right. I'm gonna save my fire breath for the next pull, because that's be a lot of mobs. Gonna get TA going. And they all rounded the corner before I could get that. Okay, that's very bad. Should be fine.
My emissary. Take it.
Am I gonna beat the Blood Decay in this pull? I think he might barely... Yeah, he pulls ahead at the end. God damn. It's a big burst of damage from Prez. Why are you running away from me, you stupid idiot? I get he's probably trying to outrange the... fucking thing, but still, like, you're more than far enough away to just sit there and cast and not get dragged in. Fucking boomkins, man. Like, he's good, don't get me wrong, but he's just making my life hell.
Come then, face. I command this rookery.
Eh? Boomkin? Please, Boomkin.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Oh my god. My fucking pinky toe was in that puddle. Oops. Hello? Hello? Tank?
Survivors to rescue. The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to... What is that? What did Gorin bring here? We have to take it down.
Okay, we're going. Nice, that actually goes really well for me. Okay, that was pretty easy. Turns out when people actually do the mechanics properly, there's really not a lot to heal on that last boss. Got that thing. Also, a lot easier to kill blood decays, that's for sure. Stressful, but not too bad. My Stormrook bugged for some reason. Ooh. Hey, Shark. Eating the tank early sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I wonder where I learned that lesson from. Hey, Werewolf, good to see you. Alright, that is Rookery down. Honestly, outside of Cinderbrew, I've gotten most of the hard dungeons out of the way. What did I reroll? I rerolled the Dark Flame, which I actually really need. So, there you go. Speaking of which, Shark, if you wanted to tank, you're welcome to. Just let me know. Especially, I mean, Dark Flame is pretty easy. Crazy how much damage Prez does. Like, even on my Resto Shaman, on a good key, I do, like, 500k overall, maybe? DPS, that is. And most of that's just from Acid Rain. So it does depend on the dungeon, because obviously high-density dungeons, which Rookery isn't. Rookery's like medium density, maybe? High-density dungeons, you get more. Rookery last boss can be very hard to deal with as Prez if you get a bunch of monkey players. Yeah. When you get used to it, 1 mil overall is not an uncommon sight with Prez. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I don't really think that I could have done much better in terms of damage. Like, I was heavily trying to push damage that key. But obviously, I would say it's less to do with getting used to it at this point, and more just, like, obviously, yeah, if you get more item level, if I get, like, a trinket that is a little bit more suited to damage, Funhouse Lens isn't, like, bad, but it's just, eh. For sure. I could see that. especially on, like, Priory or something. It was, like, you know, bunch of little mobs, right? You slam them with a tip fire breath. Wonder, do I have my Priory overall in here? No. Yeah, I didn't do as much in Mechagon, but also low density. Yeah, that was definitely one of the easier final boss rookeries I've had to deal with. It helps that, you know, blood decays don't require healing, especially in situations like that, so I'm entirely self-sufficient. I'm still going to be very picky with who I invite, even though it is a Dark Flame. Because I do not want to have my key bricked. I've dealt with way too many terrorists to be interested in taking a gamble. Bruturializer is a pain in the neck trinket, but it does considerable damage. Interesting. Do I have a Bruturializer? No. I've done a lot of Cinder Brews. Have not gotten my hands on one of those. I'm curious, what do, in raids at least, or top pres running for damage? Obviously, it's not the same in M+, but I'm just trying to give myself a baseline. Yeah, I guess raids are probably weird, right? Because you're still trying to heal. You can't full DPS. But it looks like on most bosses, I have Kazan. There's a Prez just straight up running the Vexy wheel trinket from the first boss. Yeah, it looks like a lot of the just passive stat trinkets probably work well still for damage. And obviously that still gives you healing, so that's probably a better option. Yeah, I mean, everybody's running, you know, pick me up, obviously. But for, like, obviously Eye of Kazan is really good, but very hard to pull off, especially in, like, a pug key environment. But a lot of people are running it for bosses and stuff, for damage parses. Yeah, House of Cards is an interesting one, because notably that one falls off hard when you look at Prez damage. Because House of Cards, obviously, good trinket for Prez, from what I've seen. A lot of them run it. But then when you sort by highest damage, a lot of them stop running it, because, well, your mastery doesn't give you damage. But yeah, it seems like Mug Jug and Pick Me Up are like the two most common trinkets when I look at, you know, what people are running for Prez damage, but I'm seeing Eye of Kazan in there a little bit still. Few people running the Rick Reverb trinket, the one that gives you stacking haste. Other ones every now and then. Usually something that gives you just stats, which makes sense. You got 13 Brazil, nice. Human Hunter's not terrible, but I'm a little bit wary. You'll miss Pick Me Up when it goes out? Yeah. I'm really curious what they're going to do, because it seems like it's so far ahead that it's like the, I forget the name, but the Rashok trinket, which literally everybody was running. It was, like, amazing. And then they nerfed it at the end of the season so that people would stop playing it. At the very least... So, I don't know what they're going to do for Fated, I've seen a lot of people say that there's probably not going to be a Fated season. I think that's a little bit hit or miss. My personal theory is that we're going to get a very short Fated season, because obviously the first time around it was like long, like multiple months and heavily time gated. I think they're gonna almost certainly do a Fated season. Like, anybody who thinks they're not gonna do anything like that is just out of their fucking minds, right? Blizzard loves recycling content. Why would they not? What I think they're probably gonna do is like maybe a 1 month long like pre-patch type rushed Fated season, bare minimum. And instead of all like the time gating stuff, everything's open immediately, and it's just like, here, get as much gear as you possibly can before the next expansion. So, at the very least, you'll have pick me up around for a little while. I'm curious though if they're gonna gut it into the next raid, because that kind of happened in Dragonflight a little bit, where a lot of overperforming trinkets they really heavily gutted going into the next raid tier. And then by the time that Fated rolled around, like, those trinkets were still nerfed, so even though we had them on equal item level, they were just kind of mediocre. A notable exception being Manic Grief Torch, which I ran deep into Aberrus prog, but I don't know, I guess people just really like that trinket, so they didn't have the heart to nerf it, which was good, because then again, it ended up being ludicrously broken and Fated, and I ran it for anything leveling related, so loved Grief Torch. The best part about Grief Torch is, like, normally if somebody shitty in your raid dies, you just feel like a sense of disappointment of like, oh man. But Grief Torch, like, turned that into a cause for celebration. Of like, oh my god, that one guy died again! Right when my Grief Torch was like, you know, at the perfect time to come back off cooldown. Like, thank you so-and-so for being really shit at this game and refreshing my Grief Torch. It was a good feeling. It kind of changed your paradigm when it came to raiding. Let's see. But Gurabashi, I've never even heard of this server before. I I just I don't know, man. It's one of those where it's like, on paper, if all you look at this is this seems good, but like, when I start looking into logs and stuff, there's a bunch of really glaring red flags, and I'm like, you know, it's a 678 tank with decent score, how bad can it be? And yet, I've seen them brick keys before. Like, I've seen some shit. It's one of those things where just over time, you get like, just get a sense of, this person just seems sus. Let's look at you. Oh. Yeah, I've already been griefed a little bit too heavily this challenge, and it's a Dark Flame, right? So, you know, we've already had multiple tanks queue up. It's one of the more popular keys, right? Shouldn't be too difficult. I'm fine with being a little picky here. Shitty mage left, whatever. These two look pretty good. probably a little... I think, realistically, I should just wait to take another DPS until we get, like, a good tank, just for duo chances. We'll see. Mighty. Oh. That one's looks on paper good. Sure. Interesting. 2 tank options. Okay. Sure, actually. Dark Flame. And this should give my score a pretty nice boost, and then it should be pretty easy to get into any pug keys from there. As long as this doesn't brick. If it bricks, we cry. But, I mean, it's Dark Flame with a way overqualified group. Surely. Surely we're fine. So am I... I'm probably the Bloodlust here, yeah. Yeah, the hunt... Well, I guess Marksmanship Hunter has a lust, right? They have, like, whatever the fucking Spotting Eagle thing is. So... Technically he could do it, but I will just assume that I'm going to have to. Better safe than sorry.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll have to see if he's planning on doing a really big pull here. I've seen a lot of tanks recently bitch out and just do, like, this first room with the Overseers, but... Okay. Yeah, that is exactly what he's doing, I think. Oh, no, never mind. In that case... Hunter's getting trashed. Okay, that is not something you want to do.
A willing sacrifice.
Thankfully, the DPS in this group is really good. I was actually planning on having to rewind that. Blah, 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 blah. We're fine. And the TA in. That's... TA. A little bit awkward on the knockback. I would like to get mana here. Bit of enough time. That hunter is getting fucking blasted. Actually just standing there. Ouch. Just standing there getting autoed. He does not give a fuck. Good practice for me, honestly.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Look at the fucking hunter. He has not moved since the start of the pull. He found his spot and he is fucking planted. Fuck my range. Honestly, I respect it. That's good shit from him.
Know this place. Old Wakespirit's been here forever. Didn't trust nobody. So mean. Quick, faster, faster. I'll catch up.
Ah, fuck this game, dude. Ah, god damn it. I hate deep breath so much. As I hit that, and I hit the button, I saw the fucking circle go out a split second later, and I could not cancel it. I'm just slamming hover as fast as I can, and I did not get it off in time. Just fucking full animation locked. God fucking damn it. Oh my god.
Foul bad. Not wax. Hurts cold.
Wonder if there's a cancel aura that you can use for deep breath. Does that actually work? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not think you can cancel it mid-cast. Is that actually a thing? If it is, then I'm just a fucking idiot. And I should have played around it. It doesn't work? Okay. Yeah, I was pretty sure that, like, once you start it, you're locked in. Especially because the amount of evokers that I have watched hold themselves in the exact same way. Of just, the animation starts and you just hear fuck, 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 and you just already know what happened. I'm mad at myself that I have now fallen victim to the same thing that I used to laugh at other evokers for doing. You can stop it 1 GCD later by pressing again. Gotcha. I guess, yeah, if I had reacted fast enough, maybe I could have stopped it then.
My emissary brings you
If you're not a scale commander that can steer the breath, you should at least be able to cut it short. True. Yeah, I've actually been kind of spoiled because up until this challenge, a lot, like almost all of the Evoker that I've played recently has been scale commander dev. That's been like 99.9% of blah, 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 words. You get what I'm trying to say. I've mostly been playing that. So I've just been used to being able to steer the breath and get away from it. Yeah, that it's still good to know that there is theoretically a way to stop it.
Court of Candlekin. Teach him a lesson.
Probably should have saved that like a second later. I even got the hunter in there. Oh, you could bop that shit? Oh my god, I actually didn't know that.
my emissary brings
I totally haven't done this dungeon a million times on my main, a fucking prop paladin, without realizing that. Oh, okay. You know. Learn something new every day. Oh, hey, the hunter lusted. W shit. my god. Dude, I hate hover so much. Thank you, Emerald Communion. I hate how it's a blink, but it's like a fake blink, right? Where there's a tiny period at the start of the animation that you're not in a blink. So that's what happens. I used it, but then before the blink went off, I stepped into the... Ugh. Wow, shit. We are sending it. Let me line this up. Boom. Average hover moment? Yeah. Pretty much.
A willing sacrifice has been made.
Honestly, that's why I probably don't use Emerald Communion as much as I should, like, aggressively. Just because it has saved me in situations like that so many times that I like to have it ready. I also feel like in a lot of situations, using it, like, aggressively, at least at this level, feels overkill. But... guy is just keeping those corridor creepers full buffed. Aren't we Giga over count? Yeah. Yeah, we pulled pretty much the entire first room, and then he still did a lot of extra stuff. The little wax guys in the room after first boss. Like, the tank... I don't know, definitely not the worst tank I've ever had, but he's clearly a little bit rusty with his routing. It's fine. I mean, literally the only death is me fucking up Deep Breath and running straight into a mechanic. The rest of this key has been pretty smooth. No, this keeps us stuck in combat. Unfortunately, literally everybody else is just sitting here, I guess just mashing the dynamite and hoping that we would magically drop combat. Nice! I got the pre-throw. Didn't get the 19, but good enough. Still won. What's the... routes. Man, I got another duplicate key.
Darkness. It's scary
Got
in
a priory.
there. Must go in. But the darkness always returns.
Oh, nice. The tank got them out.
Our best friends. Thanks.
Alright, well, I mean, I have a 12, but yeah, can't really run it. At the very least, I mean, that was a good score for me. So I can't complain too much. But now I gotta still pug into groups for the last few keys, which is always a little bit hit or miss. Much easier when I can form the group, because, like, when I formed the group, I mean, that was an insanely clean run. Randoms, yeah. Well, most of the time when I form the group. Every now and then I give a Make-A-Wish Demon Hunter tank a chance, and he fucks my Cinder Brew. But my consistency with forming groups is usually pretty good. I should have seen your routes and the keys you ran. The DFC, Motherlode, and Priory were some rusty routes. Yeah. I am sympathetic, though, because, honestly, like, at this point in the season, especially doing this challenge, I've seen so many different routes for every single dungeon that, like, I usually have come to a pretty solid understanding of what are good pug routes, what are bad pug routes. So I'm pretty comfortable with the stuff that I do, but there have been Mythic Plus seasons where I'm just miserable, especially Dragonflight. Dragonflight, I barely did keys outside of, like, weekly vaults. And the amount of times when I would do a route that people were like, this is the dumbest route ever, why are you doing this? Nobody does this route. I'm just like, well, fuck it. This is what I'm doing. I have not really put in a lot of research for it. That's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Alright, what do I need? I need Cinderbrew, Floodgate, and Motherlode. I can check off Darkflame and Rookery. I mean, sure. Probably doesn't look too good that my highest Cinderbrew is depleted 10. But it's obviously I know that there was nothing I could have done in that one. 11 Cinderbrew. Cinderbrew. People really don't like Prez, huh? Come on, man. I have a feeling that 12s are just not really going to be doable. I'm not going to get invited. It's just annoying, because, like, I don't really want to lower my key. But at the same time, I don't... Like, I can't run it. The fuck? Alright, triple warrior group. They literally have every warrior spec. They're already going for a meme comp. But they still don't want to press. Fuck. Man. Getting a decent dev evoker is like 50-50. What chance would you give for a pres evoker to be good? Like, you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. I would probably not invite myself if all I had to look at was, you know, the numbers on the screen, right? I get it. I'm not happy about it, but, like, yeah, you're not wrong at all. It's just unfortunate. Why couldn't this have turned into a usable key, man? I hate this game sometimes. Alright. Finally. It's a Cinderbrew redemption chance. We'll see. I'm still not going to have a usable key after this, but... And I'm going to get the least score from this from anything else. But realistically speaking, the difference between, like, 50 or 100 score at this stage is not going to matter. What do I have? I have a Vengeance DH tank here. Well, this will be at least a faithful recreation of past events. See if I can do it cleanly this time.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What? Oh, let's see.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I see you sent a message, Werewolf. I'm going to close chat for now. I will read whatever you typed afterwards. I really, really do not want to fuck this up. I'm sure you can understand. Oh, he's doing the exact same pull as Shark. Man, alright, well, I let the Aug Evoker proc his cheat death, but otherwise that was fine. I mistimed that. What? Okay, okay, thank God. I saw... I panicked for a second because I saw what killed everybody. First hit, Fire Breath. And immediately I'm like, oh my god, there's no fucking way. And then I looked, it was the Evoker's fire, the other Evoker's fire breath, that dude's. Did he not reset the pull? Oh, okay, he reset the boss. What? I thought I could get that off in time.
My emissary brings you power.
Painting things with Chewie is fucking demon mode. Alright, we're alive, somehow. Still, I don't even know how his fire breath hit. Like, he must have been standing in a really bad... Dude, oh my... Okay, fuck me, I guess. Just not allowed to get a single... Get my AoE... Front of comes up there. Block. Nice, I caught the Warlock in that. Charge up a Fire Breath. Okay, we're gonna do this. This is really awkward.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Dude, the Warlock needs to get fucking closer. There's no way I can fucking heal him. Oh my god. That Emerald Communion was the only thing that let me save those guys. This guy's just off on the fucking opposite side of the room from me. Holy shit, dude. I hate this dungeon so fucking much. Okay, never mind. I don't need to worry about that. La 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 la. Please don't die. Where is dipshit McGee, Mr. Warlock? Mr. Warlock, please. Why is he there? Why are you there? Alright, I'm just not healing him. Okay. He's just making literally zero effort to get in my range. At that point, you know, if you die, actually just go fuck yourself. Skill issue.
Are you here to help? My deal to get back in business led to faulty reasoning.
Your pal here signed some papers he didn't read. And now Goldie Baronbottom is CEO of this joint.
Also, that's not even like... I feel like even on my fucking Resto Shaman, like, that would have been out of range. Like, that wasn't Pres Evoker outranging. That was just like, I fucking hate all healers in this entire planet levels of outranging. Like, come on, brother, please.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Skipping, or... Warlock's really struggling there.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Oh, fuck. I did not mean to double tap that. Whatever. And... Okay. The Demon Hunter's not in this, which is...
Skills, they bypass the
awkward.
filters. It's running too hot. The mead will be substandard.
Yeah, but there'll be more of it. More meat, more money. That's
Ugh. River was my personal directive, my passion. She's ruining everything.
Yeah, dude.
An elemental made of mead? Oh, wonderful. I cannot process it.
Oh, they didn't kill the Void Emissary, dude. Whatever.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
My god. That was really risky.
My emissary brings power. Take it.
And they just really do not like killing that Void Emissary, huh? Jesus Christ. I don't know what it is about this fucking boss where just everybody's brains shut the fuck off and they just refuse to do any mechanics whatsoever, but at least we got through it that time. Fuck me. Jesus, dude. Can you... Okay, we're just running down the fucking hallway.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
My bees! You put them in cages? They should be free, gathering pollen in the forest.
I don't know what happened to that guy. I think he stood in swirlies because I did not even see his far move. And then suddenly it was gone.
Anger and frustration just makes their honey spicy. Right, Frank?
Warlock pets. Okay, thankfully it despawns. That one didn't. Oh my god, thank God for imprison, dude. I mistimed that a little bit. Fuck. It's fine. Damage in this group is really, really, really bad. It is occurring to me that we have been on this boss for a fucking long time. Jesus Christ. I mean, we have an Evoker. Why am I dying? Why am I dying, dude? Really? Jesus Christ. That was really fucking bad. I mean, the unfortunate thing is, like, there's so many bees at that point that it's just kind of impossible to stand somewhere where there is no bees because people just weren't doing the fucking mechanic. Was the Evoker...
My prototype and my beekeeper. And now you're riding my bee.
Big issue is this guy doing... especially on an AoE fight. Insane. Insane. Jesus Christ. Oh, that did not stun. Oh my god, I almost got myself killed. I guess they were stunned guard. Shit, I'm not hitting the skull.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Alright, you may have gotten my employees, but now you're dealing with the BEO herself. You won't be taking this metering from me!
Boom time. This fucking warlock. It's really that hard to just stack? Like, everybody knows that on this boss you stack under the boss for healing here. Doesn't matter the healer. Jesus Christ, dude. Well, the Evoker got the Brutializer trinket, but he needs it, unfortunately, so won't get to test it today. That's the wire. Yeah, that was not a fun run. The I don't know. I mean, I made like a few small mistakes here or there for sure, but it's largely the damage in that key was actually fucking terrible. That was really bad. And then in anything like that, like Ipa took forever. The brew droplets weren't dying. It got really fucking close. It's a miracle. There was one time a brew droplet came inches within the boss. That should have killed us. Thank fuck it didn't. And then the fucking bee guy just took forever to die. So always makes it a little bit harder, but yeah, that was a key for sure. Got through it. That's what matters in the end. PTSD seeing a vengeance of this key? Yeah, exactly. And that first room, first boss especially was... That was rough. That was a tough one, for sure. Alright. 2 more. Right, yeah, Floodgate and Motherlode. Honestly... pretty easy keys. Cinderbrew was the last one I was really worried about. Like, Motherlode can be fucked up, so, like, obviously, there is a chance that either of these can be bricked. But I am not personally scared of either one. You know, Motherlode is one of those, like, if the tank wants to pull the entire world in an uncoordinated pug, like, there's nothing I can do, we're just gonna die. Right? If nobody gets a single kick ever, I guess on some pulls, yeah, it could make my life hell. Is theoretically attainable, but not realistically. Floodgate, there's very little that I guess I'm unprepared for. The second boss is still annoying, but I've done it enough times as healer that I'm, like, decently comfortable with it. So we'll see. But I'm not really worried at this point. Could do an 11. It's just there's no real reason to. Okay. Let me read what you said earlier, Werewolf. Said, yesterday you got into Cinderbrew 10. You're kind of slow in progress, you can understand. Unholy DK and your mage did comparable damage, and you had an AUG with you. Didn't time it or anywhere close to it. The last boss healer cried out to the Evoker not doing pyres and shit. Do disintegrate for single target. Our AUG wasn't an AUG, he was a devil along and doing less damage than the tank. Crazy plot twist. That's... wow. I mean, yeah, if he's... So if he's playing... What's the mass disintegrate spec? You can use disintegrate on, like, low target AoE, right? Obviously, very high target, I think you still use pyre. But if he... wasn't running the mass disintegrate spec, then that would be especially crazy. Or are you saying he was using pyre on single target? Maybe I misunderstood that. In which case, that's demonic. Yeah. Unless, I mean, he might have been the group leader, but... Hunter asked me if I can do lusts. Which, yes I can. I need to... good at staying on top of that anyway.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
god. Man, hit Shield of the Righteous before chain pulling further, also. Jesus, they're just standing in it. Oh my god. Fucking hell, dude. Okay. At least the rogue, he stood in mechanics, but he did insane damage, so I'm not really gonna complain too much. If he's able to put up numbers like that, he can stand as many mechanics as he fucking wants. Jesus, what is this guy getting clapped by?
Brings you power. Take it.
He's doing okay damage, at least, but he's just getting fucking destroyed. On any of the range specs, do you do the trick of standing atop the explosives to prevent damage from the saw blades? I didn't know that was a thing, so no, I have not. I still feel like that's maybe a little bit too difficult to pull off. That's one of those things where, like, I guess if you play around it and everybody does it perfectly or something in a really high key, I could see it being, like, maybe required. Jesus. Why is the hunter just getting fucking dude, what is he dying to? What the fuck is just chunking him? Harpoon. Jesus, that does a lot of damage, huh? Is that just like a single harpoon cast? I didn't realize. I guess it must just have been interrupted every time I've done this game. I mean, okay, yeah, that one. He literally just stood in the double cone. That's a Rip Bozo moment right there. I don't know what to tell you.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Guess I'll just start doing damage then. It's getting dangerously close to not being stopped. Rechaining into boss. My mana should be fine.
I'm gonna teach you a lesson.
Oh my god, that was almost bad. I did not expect him to spin there at the last second. I think my stasis goes off soon, right? Yeah, my stasis probably won't be alive for... actually...
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
That worked out. This hunter stands in everything. Why is he chasing me? Look at him. He's like following me. You understand, you're supposed to move away from the person who has that. Oh my god. That was almost bad. Dude, my mouse fucking middle of combat just randomly gave out for a second. Thankfully it shook it a bunch. That was... freaky. Jump at the small crate and the higher one, you take no damage? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not going to do that as a limited range healer. Because if, you know, if you're in a pug and they don't plan around you and they suddenly kite out of your range, or, like you said, aim a flamethrower at me, then yeah, that would obviously not be good. But it's good to know that that is a thing that is possible. I will just probably never be taking advantage of it in pugs. I mean, actually, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen? He literally tried to just walk in and face tank multiple mobs, dude. You're not a fucking tank. Maybe he thought he had, like, tricks or something, and he just had it? Guess it must have been that. He, like, forgot to apply tricks. What is he getting hit? Why is he taking infinitely more damage than literally everybody else? I don't understand. I genuinely don't know how this hunter is just getting fucking mangled every single pull. Like, I've healed hunters before, it's not normally this bad. Like, yeah, they're a little bit squishy sometimes, but this is fucking ridiculous. Is he, like, missing a piece? Oh. Oh, that explains everything. Is he the group leader? He's not even the group leader. He's just getting boosted by one of his friends. Fucking dude. Don't be this guy, ever. It's just... fucking stupid, dude. Well, at least I feel a little bit better now, because I'm, like, wondering, you know, is this normal? Now I know it's not. I'm actually insanely surprised that I haven't had trouble healing him until now. He's not... No, this is like... This isn't Season 1 gear. This is... I bought shit off the auction house after hitting max level and immediately got one of my friends to fucking boost me through dungeons. Which, again, never be this person. If you do this, you are a piece of shit. And, like you said, Shuri, at least get veteran gear. Fucking bare minimum get veteran gear. And this motherfucker at the start of the key whispered me and asked me if I can take care of Lust for him. This lazy piece of shit is getting hard boosted, and he can't even be fucking bothered to hit Lust. The fuck else are you here for? You have to whisper it, like, I probably would have done it anyway, don't get me wrong, because I don't trust his ass. But, like, least you could fucking do is hit Lust. Jesus. You don't target the hunter. He cleared it himself. He's also still standing out in Africa, by the way. Can't even make my life a little bit easier with his dog shit gear. Nah, the Trinket's not Season 1. The Trinket's, Darkmoon Deck of Ascension. It's a BOE. Buy it off the auction house. Yeah, I didn't even think of bubbles. And especially Floodgate of all dungeons. There's like a lot of unavoidable damage. Like this next boss, he is going to be getting fucking shredded constantly. Which is rough, because like a lot of my healing is, you know, I do big bursts of spread healing. So, it's going to be a little bit difficult on here to get my lifeline windows going. Honestly, I don't know, the tank's a little bit squishy, though. I can't really TD the fucking hunter. I think it's just one of those, if he dies type things. Why is he just standing in it, dude? Ugh. I guess I'm planting the bomb. Hey. I'm gonna have to do some fancy shit here. I'm... Admittedly, there was no way he was going to live in general. Also, this means that now I'm stuck with these idiots. But that one was faster than I thought. What is even on us? Oh, just... That's the Vine debuff. I don't know why the Rogue is just getting fucking melted. Like, what is he taking damage from, dude? I genuinely don't... I need to look at the damage breakdown after this. The Rogue is somehow just melting constantly. Okay, I'm no longer Vine to people. Dude, what is happening? I don't know if that was weird lag or something. That was very strange. Played with fire a little bit there. But yeah, that first death the guy had, I don't know if it was clear. He literally took a wave to the face, so... Nothing I could have done would have saved him. The Rogue's actually taking more damage somehow than the Hunter. Look at his health bar! What is happening? What is actually happening here, dude? I don't get it. I don't get it. I really don't. Why is his health just going down non-stop? What the actual fuck was he doing? Yeah, he was taking the most damage. I don't know, he just took infinitely more damage from Razor Choke Vines than everybody else. He took the most damage from that ability by over 10 million. What is happening there? I'm so confused. Is there... Okay, if anybody understands, if there's, like, some weird interaction with that mechanic that I don't know about, I just don't understand why he was just getting melted. Oh god, dude. That's too good.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
You should have a stack of Feint up almost 100%. Okay, so you're basically, you think that rogues are naturally balanced to be lower, but because he didn't have Feint, which, I mean, I'm willing to bet that you're correct that he definitely didn't have Feint up, because there's no way that if he had Feint up, he would be taking infinitely more damage. I don't know, though. I don't think it's that simple. I really don't think it would be that simple. I feel like it has to be something that I'm missing. Shit, wait, I thought I dispelled myself. Oh, fuck. I must have misclicked. Yeah, I mean, this is a really stupid pull, and that guy's paper.
My emissary brings you
Who's out here just starting a hunter late season? Well, I mean, I'm out here starting my 5th Brewmaster Monk late season, so I'm even weirder than him. I guess I don't think I mentioned that at the stream, but off stream I started working on my European Brewmaster Monk. Got it up to 640 item level now. Was gonna do prep for Mop Classic stuff, but honestly, I've been feeling kind of sick the last few days, which is why I just didn't stream at all for like 2-3 days. And I wasn't really in the mood for doing like speed leveling stuff because I wanted to be moderately focused for that, but mindlessly leveling, you know, a millionth character is not super difficult. Okay, we're LOSing me on the ramp. That's really smart. I'm glad you're doing that. Okay, yeah, we're gonna continue LOSing on the ramp. Why are we tanking this? Dude, why? Why would you ever do that? That's just so fucking stupid. What am I missing here? I mean, he also has random pieces of low gear, but there's no way. What am I missing? Why is he just getting fucking plastered against the wall every single fucking pull? Okay, nice. I threaded the needle. I will say, I will give the hunter a tiny little bit of credit. It's more because of the fact that the DPS in this group are really bad, but he's actually keeping up on the meters. Like, look at him go. For somebody with gear that bad, he's clearly like an experienced player. It's still rat fuck behavior, and he's also not really doing mechanics and dying to everything. So like he's not a good player. An experienced player and a good player, two very different things. But he is, I hate to say it, not a turbo hard carry. Just pretty bad. Okay, this is really awkward puddle placement, but I think I can make do. I mean, +2'd it somehow, so... Alright. Oh, Leech? No, oh, fuck, I forgot I have a mid-track chest! Oh! Any other slot game? Oh, I got so excited. I hate it. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this so much. You fucking rat fuck. You're so lucky that I'm in a good mood today. I feel dirty. I feel dirty. Oh, god damn it. Fucking stupid fucking hunter. Should have kept it for Mog. Yeah. I actually needed that appearance too. When he said thanks, my way of getting petty revenge for having to do that is I literally typed out "you're welcome" with the apostrophe and everything, just so he knows. You know, yes, I'm being generous. You better fucking thank me. Yeah, he did lose to the fucking tank in overall. Which, I mean, all things considered, could have been a lot worse. I genuinely don't know how the rogue was getting fucking cranked every pull, though. That was the most confusing part. Somehow his overall... Yeah, even look, the most damage he took throughout the entire dungeon was Razor Choke Vines. I guess, like, everybody else, it was their top 2, but look at his damage from it. I don't know if you can see this. 63 million from Razor Choke Vines. 44. I didn't, well, because, yeah, I had it a little bit. 51. But tanks wasn't on there, but... Oh, fuck, I'm on. Razor Choke Vines. Entangles player together in pairs. The vines inflict nature damage every 1 second for 24 seconds. Moving 4 yards apart, yanks players back together. I was, like, wondering if there was something... Because, like, so my theory was, I never thought the vines work like this, because you always pixel stack, but I'm like, maybe if you stand on top of somebody else's vine, you take damage from it? Yeah, no, that's another thing. Initially, I was like, Killing Spree maybe, but he's Assassination, so it can't be Killing Spree. I have no idea. I really don't know. I'm honestly very confused by that. Oh, God. People are fighting about Wordle in the healer channel on my guild's Discord. Let me see. Check Rogue's talents middle third row if he has cheat death and he doesn't have a DR on feint. Oh shit, I only just saw that message. I mean, I guess we can look at his healing, right? And see healing done overall. Well, at the very least, he never procced cheat death. Actually, no, he couldn't have cheat death because there was the one time when he walked straight, like he face planted that pole and just got fucking clobbered. If he had cheat death, it would have shown there, right? This death. Yeah. Cheat death would have saved him, right? So he can't have it. And that was his only death the key, so... Yeah. I don't know, that's a weird one, man. Is there anything that makes rogues take more damage from nature effects? Like, I guess it's nature damage, right? So it's magic. Yeah, because then I was like, well, maybe it would deal less damage to... Yeah, it would deal less damage to, like, the tank or the hunter because of armor, but no, it's nature, so it would pierce. Demon hunters have, like, natural magic resistance, but rogues do too, right? It's strange because, like, this is overall damage taken for the key. His damage taken was not really that high. amazingly, the Hunter had the lowest, probably because he was dead half the time, so he didn't get to take damage. But, like, the Demon Hunter was easily the healthiest guy the entire key. I never had trouble healing him. And somehow his damage taken was the highest. And then the Rogue was just getting completely demolished at random points in time. I'm just... Are there mechanics like that? Well, there are definitely... What do you mean mechanics like that? Like things that make you take more nature damage? Or things that get reduced by armor? Because there definitely are things that will make you take more damage from XYZ thing, right? I mean, they're like... I'm sure there's more, but the first thing that comes to mind, right? Captain Dalecry, Elena's Divine Judgment on the tank makes them take 25% increased damage. Now, obviously, that's only on the tank, right? But there are other effects out there that will be like, you know, makes people take more damage from XYZ thing. So, oh, no, what I meant to say is, there is no elemental damage difference between armor. Sorry if I made that unclear. I'm saying my initial thought was maybe the armor made them take less damage, but because it is nature, that can't be it. Armor only affects physical damage. So it was like, I'm like, oh, well, if it was a physical bleed or something, maybe he took more damage. Doesn't explain why he took more damage than the Demon Hunter, though, and it's nature. There are things that will reduce your magic damage taken. Like, there's passives. Literally, Evoker has one, right? Evoker has... where is it? Magic damage done. Yeah, magic damage taken reduced by 8%. There are talents like this. So, I'm like 99% sure Demon Hunter has some. I mean, Demon Hunter's whole thing is like negating magic, right? So, they definitely have some. Death Knights have some. Yeah, and obviously, well, here's the thing. You're correct that the Demon Hunter has lots of self-healing, for sure. So that's probably why he was generally healthy. He's still, like, just numerically, he took less damage. That would mean that I wouldn't need to heal him as much, which I didn't, so that's correct. But it still doesn't explain why he just took way less damage, just straight up. His number is lower for that particular mechanic. We can see here. Demon Hunter took 51 million, Rogue took 63 million. The Hunter took the least, but the Hunter was also dead for multiple points in the fight. So, like, the Hunter taking the least makes sense. Me taking very little also makes sense, because I was only linked for a short period of time. And I forget... I mean, actually, I can check the boss specifically. Swamp Face. The tank took 36 million. He took the least, makes sense. Obviously, his regular DR will affect that as well. But I can't explain that. What's interesting is Awaken the Swamp. Rushing Tide. The Demon Hunter actually... That's funny. The Havoc Demon Hunter, apparently, I didn't even notice. He got hit by waves. Because Rushing Tide is the waves, right? Yeah. So, the Havoc Demon Hunter actually took the most damage from Rushing Tides, but because of his self-healing, I never really noticed that he was. What do you mean? The Rogue took it every time people are paired. Others might be spared equally and not paired with anybody. No, that's not correct. It's always the healer. The only time that you don't get paired is if you're the healer. And then, when the Hunter died, I still got paired. So no, the Rogue was paired, everybody was paired every time. Even when the Hunter died, everybody was still paired every time. It's just, then one person was paired to me. And the other interesting thing is, Awaken the Swamp is nature damage, and yet, Demon Hunter took 15 million Awaken the Swamp, Rogue took 13 million. So, exact same elemental damage type, completely unavoidable damage, right? So theoretically, everybody should have the same amount of damage being done to them. The raw number might change based on damage reduction. But the fact that the Rogue and Demon Hunter, both alive the entire pull, Rogue took less from that, but the Demon Hunter took more from that. And yet, the Rogue still has way more damage from this. Now, that leads me to believe, at least bare minimum, that Feint... Can I check his buff uptime? Buff uptime... Feint, 24 seconds. Well, he definitely wasn't using Feint a lot. But he did press it, so he used Feint that pull. Which leads me to believe that Feint was reducing his damage taken from the AoE, like the Wake in the Swamp pulse. But Feint, I'm guessing, doesn't affect the, like, actual binding damage? You see the number of times they took damage. On logs, I know you can. Obviously, I wasn't logging this, so... Their choke finds. Doesn't look like it. I can't see anything that I could... Yeah, this is... There's no labels on this. I'm assuming that this is damage taken per second? Yeah, you can even see here. But there's no more detailed breakdown. Yeah, I don't know. Did, like, yeah, significantly less healing than the Demon Hunter. I don't know. That is... My leading theory, I guess, is that there's nothing really special going on. It's just a combination of... He just doesn't have any, like, passive DR talents, whereas the other guys do have passive DR talents. And I noticed it a lot more because his healing done was considerably lower than the DH's. The Hunter obviously was getting trashed, but the Hunter also died to waves, so... Hard to one-to-one compare. It's interesting, though. Yeah, that was... I don't know. I'm surprised that the difference was by that much. It's interesting. Nice little, you know, learning detour, I guess. So, yeah, that's my second dinar, so... Can't get anything just yet. That being said, we finished the key. I have one more left to do for Prez. So, unless Motherload ends up taking an exceedingly long time, it looks like we will be able to finish Guardian Druid today, which is nice. Yeah. No, I agree. It definitely... It is still confusing. It's just one of those things, like, we'll just have to add it to the X-Files or some shit. I don't know. But... I have to come to a working conclusion and move on, otherwise it'll continue to baffle me for the rest of today. It's definitely very strange. I'm not entirely sure. But... And especially because I've healed that boss before. Like, a few times now, and I've never noticed anything quite to that degree of, like, one person taking way more damage. It could just be a bug. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. This is Blizzard. That is definitely possible. For sure. Alright, let's find a fucking Motherload key, and close this out. And just to reiterate, by the way, oh man, there's no motherloods up right now. Alright. That's fun. Only sale groups. Which I guess... report advertisements. Does it really doesn't automatically hide it for me? I have to hit report group. Okay. Alright, Blizzard, I'll do your job for you. Fine. We forgot the invisible damage reduction on rogues, yeah. Damn, no groups up. Well, I was gonna... So my initial plan is I was gonna make coffee, after I finish this key, and before Guardian Druid, but there's literally no groups, so... I'll search up to 12. It's probably gonna be difficult to get into 12s, I'll yellow apply. Yeah, I figured getting into 12s is going to be a little bit tough. Okay, I'm going to go make coffee real quick. Hopefully there's a few more groups up when I'm back. I was going to do it at some point anyway, so honestly it works out well. I have coffee. I'm ready to blast some keys. Early, you know. I'm not going to be that picky. I guess come to think of it, I've been saying I'm going to do a bunch of different Keystone Legends stuff. Honestly, I should probably just get Keystone Legends Resto Shaman. The funny thing is, actually, I didn't even think of that, but I literally got a plus 12 Motherlode key out of my Resto Shaman's vaults this week. And that's the one dungeon that I'm missing for all 12s in Resto Shaman. So I guess I may as well do that at some point this week. Would be crazy if I got 3k on Resto before my prop alley, but seriously. Dude, it's insane how much people fucking hate Pres Evokers. I literally have every single fucking key except Motherlode times. 2500 score, geared, and they'd rather sit here and wait. Fucking hell, dude. It's rough. It is rough out here. Move said, at least it's a boss where people stay together. Oh, I guess I must have not seen this until you're talking about Swamp Face. And I think I actually did look at the Rogue's gear at some point. But I mean, his gear seemed fine. I don't know. Very weird. Come on, buddy. It's unfortunate that I think this challenge more than any others... I've run my key once, I think. This entire, like, all 8 dungeons, I've actually successfully pushed my key one time. This has been the unluckiest I've been with pushing my key, I think, in any of the challenges. And then the ones where I haven't really pushed my key, a lot of times it was on the tanks, where I just didn't need to, because... tank privilege, you just apply to groups and get invited. I guess I'll just go down the line, apply to these. It's gonna suck having to wait for a tank, even if I do get invited, but it beats sitting here doing absolutely fuck all. Getting declined from a plus 10 is crazy shit, though. Unbelievable. At the very least, this is honestly one of the last times I'm ever going to need to worry about that, because bare minimum, on future challenge runs where I'm playing like a different off-spec, I will, at the very least, have a lot of existing score on that character. So I'm trying to think, like, you know, what would be a really... Honestly, Prez might be the single hardest spec to get an invite to a dungeon with. I'm trying to think if there's anything worse. Like, I guess Og Evoker, if people don't know, or people realize you're Og. But there's going to be a lot of people who just think you're Dev, and Dev is good. So, I don't really think you'd have that much trouble, because not everybody's going to hover over your name to see, are they Dev or Og? But, like, what else? Nobody gives a shit what spec mage you are. Like, I guess sometimes maybe Feral, but, like, Feral's actually not bad now, so... I don't really discriminate against Ferals unless I see they're, like, really iffy at it. Survival Hunter has had stigma in the past, but Survival's actually really good now. People hate Og less now? Yeah, well, for sure. I mean, I'm trying to think, right? I don't even think it would be as bad as Prez. even without the thing of they might just think you're dev. Shadow Priest? And that's a good contender, actually. I mean, the thing is, actually, I don't think Shadow's that bad, but you are correct that there does seem to be difficulty, because I think the bigger thing is people really want a Priest healer, and so there's some overlap there. And actually, I have not invited Shadow for a similar reason. You might be correct there. The one plus is, obviously, I will already have a lot of score from Discipline by the time I do Shadow. So I think, in practice, it won't be as bad for me. But if we're talking purely in a vacuum... And Jesus fucking Christ, dude. How are none of these groups inviting me? Come on! How fucking picky are you? Really? Oh, man. I didn't have this much trouble getting into the other groups. Shadow's definitely a good contender for, like, one that's pretty close. Yeah. The other thing is, it also depends on how high you're going, right? Like, obviously, the higher up you go in keys, like, if you're trying to do 13s, 14s, etc., as you push more, yeah, people are going to start to be really strict about metas. But, like, these are 10s and 12s. Like, this is not difficult shit. If I see a really geared Shadow Priest, and I'm just trying to do 10s, I don't give a fuck. I'm inviting them, right? But I can totally understand why, you know, trying to... There we go. Fucking finally. I think you might be correct, though, that Shadow probably is the closest stigmatized. I would still be surprised if it's as bad as Prez, right? Because that's the thing. A Blaster DPS is a Blaster DPS. Shadow Priests are not bad damage dealers. I think the only issue that you might run into is you overlap Priest buff, which people aren't always that concerned about. This group has 2 Ret Paladins, right? I guess technically you get 2 Auras, but it's like Crusader Aura, who gives a shit? So I think if you're a really good Shadow Priest, for 10s and 12s, people aren't really going to give a shit. It's less like, you know, Prot Pally Holy Paladin, which have active anti-synergy if you play them together. So, there's that. But Prez Evoker, I think it really is just a case of, like, people just don't trust the spec. You know, at this point, I've done every other dungeon. My gear is good. Like, it's not a low item level for queuing into stuff like this. And, like, the other thing is you can see on my Raider.io, main score, 2944 as a healer, and main's progress, 8 out of 8 mythic. So it's like, it's clear that not only is this a geared character that I can play, but my main is also a geared healer that I can play. Now, obviously, it's a little bit misleading, right? Because my, the character that I got the score on is not the same as my raid character, but, you know, still. Should be good enough to get invited to, like, fucking random 10s. It looks like today's Wordle is actually kind of difficult. 2 people in my guilds went to 5 out of 6 on it. I think people generally may think of all Prez as still directional healing and frontals, where now it's all echo healing. I don't really know how Prez used to be, but, yeah. I mean, there obviously still is a lot of directional stuff. Like, obviously, Echo is the biggest part, but the best way to apply Echo is Temporal Anomaly. That being said, I mean, people don't play around me anyway. I've been hopping all over the place in these keys, having to do that, and pretty much the entirety of that floodgate, I was manually echoing the hunter. And then there was the warlock in the key before, the Cinderbrew, constantly manually echoing him. The Boomkin in the Rookery, constantly manually echoing him. There's always that one guy. Also, completely unrelated, but playing this character makes me realize I really want to play Total War Warhammer more. I haven't really gotten to sink my teeth into that game in such a long time. It's a shame. It's also sad because I mean, I've still been actively following it. Like, I regularly watch Legend of Total War's videos.
5, 4,
but
3, 2,
I've generally
1.
seen that the writing is on the wall for the game, and it's kind of probably gonna die within a year or so. Because they appear to be moving on to Warhammer 40k Total War. And, I mean, that's cool and all. You know, maybe I'll really like that, and I won't end up minding, but it's disappointing, because I did really like the game. But they have not handled it super well. Are we gonna... Okay, maybe does he want the mech jockey to activate or something? It feels like he wants the mech jockey to activate, because he is doing nothing to stop it. Okay, there we go. Not exactly the way that I would have pulled this, but you know what? I respect this pull. It is still a nice, clean, safe pull. This is an ethical way to do Mother Mode so far. Let's see if this continues. This is like the most hit-or-miss dungeon with tanks, so... Can't wait to get to play other games. You just want to get top 1% in M+, and you're free. I feel that, yeah. I mean, believe me, I know how it feels when you have a goal and stuff. I've always kind of wondered about like the whole top 1%. Basically, I have had... There's been many seasons now where a friend of mine has tried to convince me to, like, tank their push group. And I've never done it. This is the first expansion where I've considered it. Just because the main reason why I never did it before is the idea of push week was something that inherently I hated. I hated the idea of, like, there's gonna be 1 week where this is when you do all of your keys. Because there's inherently some weeks where I'm really busy working on videos and stuff, and I can't just dedicate my entire week to just doing fucking dungeons. Especially the fact that you couldn't really plan around it. Like, they didn't really tell you in advance what the affixes were. There were some websites that would, like, predict it a little bit, but it wasn't 100% entirely consistent. This is interesting. Where the fuck are we going? So, I've never bothered ever doing the push stuff before. Top 1% is all 16s? Oh, okay, I see. You're saying 1%, not like title percent. Yeah, I guess I more so meant I've had some friends tell me to push for title. Which, obviously, that's much more of a time commitment. And I've never wanted to do that. This is weird. Okay, I don't really like this tanks route anymore. I never understand this, man. It's like, I get this route in, like, coordinated groups if everybody knows it, but doing it in pugs, you just lose more time than you save. Like, hey, dipshit, 2 of the DPS can't get over the wall. We're sitting here doing nothing because you wanted to do your fancy skip. Gee, yeah, like, look at how much time we're just burning. And we face pulled yeah. This is why you just don't do stuff like this in pugs. At the very least, it's like, this was a low danger skip. It was a high time waste skip, low danger, which is like, I don't hate it as much. Because the only downside now is we have to do the thing that he was trying to avoid doing. But the skips that are the worst are the ones that are annoying to pull off, and then if you fuck it up, it's like, bricked. This is the standard route in pugs? I disagree. I've done a lot of pugs. This is not the standard route. In high-key pugs, maybe. In random 10? No, it's not. Definitely is not. It's just a dumb route to do in pugs, right? Literally, this exact run is a exhibit as to why you should not do that in pugs. We just lost, like, over a minute because 2 DPS couldn't do it. And I'm pretty sure, actually, one of the DPS is his friend. Because the tank made the group, and the paladin that was stuck back there is one of his friends. So, he did a pull that not even his own friends could do. This is actually just a really dumb pull. Okay. This is incredibly dumb. I do not fucking understand what the fuck this guy was thinking. He did, like, insanely calm, safe pulls at the start, and then it's just casual fucking 3-pack pull with a Peacekeeper. Like, hello? Pug tanks are fucking stupid, dude. Insane shit. Always motherload. You've done this in a 13, everyone played perfectly, 7-8 minutes left in the timer? Yeah, exactly. Again, it's one of those things where if you're in a push group, right, and the goal is everybody knows this strat. Oh, and another thing, I would say, even at a 13, discuss it ahead of time, right? Say, hey, you all know the skip, right? If you're ever going to do a skip, say, does everyone know the skip? If it is something like this, which, frankly, is not insanely intuitive, if we're being real. And if not, explain it. You did not. We'll see, though. Surely we don't do the exact same pull. Surely we, you know, we learn from our mistakes. We evolve. Alright. No Darwin Award for this tank, thankfully. Okay. It's a little bit unfortunate timing. Fine. Furi really does not like the idea of playing around mech jockeys properly, though. Really does not know how to do mech jockeys properly, huh? Okay. Not a single shockwave or storm bolts or anything was cast this pull. Okay, sure. This is very close to a I leave angle. It's because this is the easy part of the dungeon. Oh yeah, the point about a 2-seer mount is definitely a good one, Chori. Good thing we skipped the first Peacekeeper. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so it's not a very experienced player. I was gonna say, right, like, there's two possibilities here. Either I'm witness to some, like, insane high-key demon route, or it's just a guy who doesn't fucking know what he's doing. But just one look at his score. This is a guy who watched the MDI and is trying to poorly replicate the things that he watched other people do, which is usually the case. We'll see. I mean, the nice thing is the Great Filter is right up ahead. This boss, more than really most others in Mythic Plus, you'll find out really quickly if the group has any chance. Okay, that guy just stood in tear gas. Jesus Christ, dude. The Zalatath is about to go off. I don't even know where the shaman is half this key. My guy is just out in fucking Africa 100% of the time. Alright. We have Lust almost back up. That's fun. Use it. Hey, I mean, they did the mechanics. Or rather, I did most of it, but they helped. As we've seen in past attempts of this dungeon, the timer is quite forgiving, so... They're so spread out. I literally could only hit one person with Dream Breath there. No. I get that the knockback had just happened, but... Oh my god. Really? Nobody's hitting the Void Emissary? Okay. Boss is now... Let's see... Taking 30% reduced damage. Alright, yep. Let's just not do the mechanic. Alright, we're about to get... Yeah, blast. Alright, yeah. Probably gave this one a little bit more chances than I should have. The moment that fucking demon pull happened, I should have noped out, but that one is a... I'm honestly very glad that I don't need to stay in that group for longer. Well... Look at all the gold absorbed. Wait, oh, did he actually eat gold? I didn't even notice. Is that what happened? I did feel we took a little bit more damage than I expected. I figured that was all from, what's it called? The Zalatath buff. But... I didn't... If he dragged the boss over the gold, then, yeah. Salty said, you should. The resilience system makes it more like raiding, but then you're just raiding more days. Well, okay, so to be clear, I have negative interest in pugging my way to, like, title or anything like that. Some people do it, and, you know, cool that they're able to stomach that. I will never do that. If I ever go for title, or something like that, it would have to be with a consistent group of people. I would never pug for it. And like I said, in the past, people have asked me, and I said no. I've had 2 different groups of people ask me this season. One of them, well, asked me at the start of the season, and at the current moment, I am no longer on speaking terms with them, so that's one of the reasons why I said no. The other group was from my Prot Warriors guild, which, nice people, but they can't get title, so. I said thankfully I said I would consider it, and then they never followed up. I think they also gave up on potentially pushing for title, but if they had like seriously asked me, I would have said no. But I also didn't want to be mean and say outright fuck no. So. But like, how should I put it? If a good group of players that like I knew wanted to push, sure. I have also been saying for years that the season they re-add Mythic Plus to the Mauve Soul, or words, re-add Mauve Souls to the Mythic Plus pool, I will go for title that season. But for whatever reason, Blizzard has still refused to add one of the best dungeons ever created to the Mythic Plus system again. I don't know why, but until they do... Tyler Holcomb said, hey, I wanted to drop in and say, you continue to help me find new ways to enjoy your WoW hobby. Glad to hear it. Hope your night goes well. I hope your night goes well, too. Lil Deke said, Harldan, do you know who LS is? What the fuck? Well, okay. No, I don't know who that is, but also I don't know. I don't understand. The second message is just weird. Maybe it's an inside joke that I would understand if I knew who that person was, but I'm not reading that. For a second, I thought that was going to be like a D's nuts joke. Like, Harldan, do you know who DN is? And I'm like, no, who's DN? Something like that. Also, people watching on Twitch, is the Twitch, like, is it okay? Because my... Okay, no, it's not. Ah, fuck. Fucking hell. It still hasn't reconnected. Are you fucking kidding me? What the heck is happening? What is going on? Yeah, I know the stream is gone. Believe me. But what I'm confused by is... I don't know, this is the weirdest disconnect I've ever had. Because it looks like YouTube's still going. But I'm disconnected from World of Warcraft, and I'm disconnected from Twitch? It's definitely an internet issue on my end, but, like, my internet's not down. That's the weird thing. It's just, my internet is just having a stroke or something like that. But it's, like, the weirdest shit I've seen. I've never had connection issues that somehow, like, one half of the multi-stream and my game get taken out, but the other half of the multi-stream is not taken out? Like, that's just weird. Okay. Well, I guess it's a good thing that they didn't kick me out of the group.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Dude, something fucked has just happened to my computer. This is so weird. It genuinely, my computer has just had a stroke. Like, this is the definition of a stroke. Do you want to know what is happening right now? Obviously, I don't know if it's probably not going to be... Yeah, I don't really think it'll affect the stream at all. The right side of my headset has stopped working. I can only hear out of my, my left ear now. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, alright. We also have a gigantic pull where they don't kick Ice Spritzer and leave the healer stuns. Yeah, that is a classic shit first pull MDI thing. Alright. Yeah, no. Keys bricked. Go again. And I'll figure out what the fuck is wrong with my headset. Oh, GG. That is insane. I've never had an internet issue so bad that it fucked part of my headset. Big name in the League of Legends community who's a little bit full of himself. Okay, well, I don't know who that is, and I don't know why I reminds you of him. I don't know. Weird. Okay. Yeah, let me figure out, make sure this is working properly. I'm gonna... Might be background noise now, because I'm gonna unplug and replug. That fixes it. Nope. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna shove my headset across the room, because this thing's a piece of trash that I've been waiting to replace for a while. And now I get to crack open a new headset. That I conveniently have on standby. And... Alright. Well, this is the shortest duration that one of my headsets has lasted. But whatever. That's why I have so many of them. Speaking of which, actually, I'm gonna go ahead. Before I forget, I'm gonna order more headsets on Amazon because this is my last backup one. Alright. I'll dude. Okay, is Twitch working now, though? Like, can you at least... Anybody still watching on Twitch? I know a bunch of you swapped back over to YouTube. It looks to me like it's fine. So, hopefully whatever issue it is now fixed. Okay. Okay, yep, new headset works. I was worried that I would have just destroyed that headset only to put on the new one to find out that it was like a computer issue, but no, it was just my headset breaking. Which that one has been kind of shit for a while, so. Okay. If I die, it's lag said yes. Okay. Let me just go on to Amazon real quick. And I also need more mice. Headphones. Yet. Buy 3 of them. Just to save time. Mouse. Amazon Basics. Yep. And I'll buy 3 of those. $13 headset, $7 mouse. I've been using these things since the dawn of time. I will continue to use these things for a while, at least. At least for my next 3 mice. There we go. Order has been placed. Alright. Where was I? Right, I need to find a new motherload where the tank doesn't do, monkey shit. One good thing about motherload, though. It is... Oh, what the fuck? Somehow my filter got reset when I logged out and back in. Okay. What the heck? Oh, it's searching for damage roll available. Fucking... Alright. Twitch back online? Yeah. Also... insane that these reports are not permanent. Unless there's just a new set of groups back up. I suppose it is possible that they're on new characters. Blame the cheap-ass mouse and headset. Oh, I mean, they're functional. The nice thing is, when they break, it's not really costly to replace them. And now, of course, there's 0 motherload groups up. Oh, man. Well, I did say... there's always the possibility that the last dungeon randomly ends up being a demon key. Motherload is definitely a demon dungeon today, apparently. 2 bricked attempts. Not my key, at least. Hope we still have time for Guardian Druid. As long as it doesn't take, like, another hour, then we still will. And I mean, if it takes an entire hour just to get Motherload done, then something's very wrong. The one nice thing is, Twitch went down, but YouTube didn't, and it would actually have been much more of a problem if YouTube went down. Because if YouTube goes down and it splits the VOD, that really, really fucks me algorithm-wise. Because it literally, like, the recording turns into 2 separate videos. So that has happened to me before, and it really, really fucks you over. But on Twitch, it doesn't really matter. And that one was a long one, so, like, it did split the Twitch VOD. But that one I don't really care about. Only 12s. Fucking hell. Oh boy. Really, really hoping this is just over soon. Spend 1/3 of this fucking stream on a single dungeon, man. It's crazy how Motherload, of all things, is just ending up being the fucking thing that fucks me over, dude. It's like, there's no way I'm gonna get into any 12s, realistically. So, I just have to pray that somebody has a 10. I mean, I'm half tempted to just do Guardian Druid and then come back to this later, but keep applying to this fucking shitheads group. Yeah, let's be super fucking picky. Um, Description scares me a little bit, but they have some experience, so whatever. I guess it doesn't really matter, right? Motherload, you know if it's bricked or not. Price, dude. I guess I'll probably give it like another, I don't know, 10 minutes, maybe? Nah, realistically 5. That's all I have patience for. I'll give it another 5 minutes, and if I can't find a group, we just do Guardian Druid or something. I don't know. I really don't want to sit here trying to find a fucking Motherload group for an hour. Well, it's still gonna take a while to find a tank, but whatever. Okay, actually, that formed suspiciously quickly. But the nice thing is, it's a Brewmaster monk, which I actually like to see here, because Brewmaster cannot get away with doing the MDI pulls. You literally will not survive it. So... Surely he does not do the stupid fucking full room 0cc MDI pulls. Or you let your healer sit in a full duration ice spritzer.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Oh no, here we go. Oh, that's it? That's it? We're only doing that? Alright. This is reasonable, see? He's getting fucking pounded, though. Also, Rob? Rob? Insanely late Rob? Yeah, this Brewmaster monk is kind of shit. But... Dude, what is... He's just taking the dick! My guy is not playing Brew correctly, holy... That is a lot of Celestial Fortune healing. Holy... Wait. Hold on. I just saw something demonic on there. We are going to roast this guy's talent selection after this key. I already know. Oh my god.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
What just happened? What just happened? How did I get interrupted? Also, yeah, insane pull. How did I get interrupted? What the fuck? You can get kicked by mobs? That was, I mean, just a terrible pull. I love how... Starts off the key well, and then immediately goes into, like, a triple pull. After everybody's already used CDs, mind you. Okay, we're just not gonna kick Ice Spritzer. No, that's true, that's fine. I got booped, so that might have been it, yeah. Okay, run! Oh, what the fuck?! What? He walked on top of me! Hello? What? Dude, Am I getting pranked right now? What is happening? How are these the worst motherloads I've ever fucking seen? Does he think it's he thinks that fucking fuck off! What? He thinks it's a split damage mechanic. That fucking idiot thinks it's a fucking split damage mechanic. Fucking what? Oh. How do you get this far? And
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
I mean, we can't trust this Boomkin to be anything other than a complete piece of fucking dog shit for the rest of this key, right? Like, he's definitely gonna fuck up every single mechanic he gets. If he literally looks at, like, something like that and is like, oh yes, I should run this directly on top of the healer. That is his initial gut reaction to get... He's going to fuck up every other mechanic in this key, right? Like... I don't know, man. I don't know. I am actually stun locked right now, I think. I don't know how to react to that. Like, this is one of those problems. Like, you know, Motherlode is one of those dungeons where I already know that this key is not crossing the finish line, right? There's no fucking way. But, like, technically, we've only had one full wipe, right? You can't reasonably say... Like, okay, yeah, no, this guy's actually paper. We're gonna roast his talents and then we're gonna leave. Yeah, right, you're running pretense of instability. What else is he running? Most of his talents actually, surprisingly, are... Oh, Scalding Brew, right? Yeah. I mean, it's hard to fuck up Brewmaster talents, but, I mean, is he just not hitting Celestial Brew? I don't know. He's definitely running two completely shit talents. I'm trying to figure out what it is that he's doing so wrong. Okay, thank God. I'm so glad that he actually just got plastered there. But also, like, he literally died to charge shields, a big tank buster, when Brew is literally the best tank in the game at dealing with tank busters. Jesus Christ. At the very least, the fucking druid who griefed me knows and typed in chat, tank was noob, GG. So, at least he didn't blame the healer, he blamed the fucking tank, rightfully so. But, dude, that was some crazy shit. And see, people run into situations like this, and then they think Brewmasters suck. Because they watch a Brewmaster like that just get fucking smeared across the floor. Because he doesn't know how to use any part of his kit. That's insane, dude. Yeah, his damage is also absolutely terrible. I mean, admittedly, the unfortunate part about Brewmaster damage is it's not very good. Keg Smash was his highest, which should not be the case at this point in time. Blackout Kick should be his highest. I mean, unless he doesn't have 4-piece somehow. But, I don't know. I mean, yeah, the guy was a fucking idiot, right? I don't really know if there's any point in analyzing that further. Really, I don't know which is worse, though. Like, that Brewmaster? Or the fucking Boomkin thinking that the charge mechanic is a split damage thing, and actively running on top of me 2 times in a row and griefing me with it. Like, that is like, holy shit. Ugh. That's the Brewmasters you get when you heal? Yeah. They give me a bad name, man. Like, fucking... Yeah, okay, yeah, he's just, like, he's not hitting Celestial Brew at all. I wish I could have looked at his gear, because I'm sure his gear choices would have been... I mean, actually, we can just armory him, right? Let's armory this guy. Bitch Quan. He has Cinderbrustine and Pacemaker, which, like, is not incorrect. He has the correct crafts? He's building crit verse. Dude, I'm even more confused. He has way more haste on his gear than he should. Like, he has an unfortunate amount of haste. He is at least aiming to stack crit verse, so, like, he clearly understands that is what he should be doing. I don't, like... Yeah, this one's confusing because it's like, he's not making any... The most egregious thing is he was running Scalding Brew, which, like, you just don't play right now. We played Scalding Brew because of last season's tier set bonus. You do not run it. He was also running Pretense of Instability, which I generally feel is incorrect, but I have seen some people play it, so I feel like that's more just the Brewmaster community is failing people like him. But I'm just, like... He has more casts of Vivify than he does Celestial Brew. What? Just... Yeah, so he's just not using Celestial Brew. Which, actually, I didn't check. Is he running... I didn't see if he was running Black Ox Brew. I would imagine he's not. But... I'm curious if any of those were hard-casted. He's definitely using his self-cast Vivify on cooldown, which, like, I mean, you really shouldn't need to that much. I don't know, man. It's... bad. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just gonna hurt my brain if I try and read too much into this, but... Back to the drawing board, I guess. I'm actually just really confused. Guys, like... Motherlode's not supposed to be this difficult. I've never had this much trouble. This might actually be the first time this challenge I've had to reattempt a dungeon, like, 5 times. The only upside is that it's very quick. Like, as I said, you can already see very early that it's not happening. I would imagine this guy's biggest problem is I don't think he pressed Dampen Harm. Can I look at casts on here? I guess I can look at buff uptime. Is there... I should be able to see... I'm not seeing Dampen Harm on here at all. Okay, yeah, so he didn't press Dampen Harm a single time. What I find really interesting is he has really high uptime on Vivacious Vivification, which... That's the instant cast Vivify, and yet he has a surprisingly high number of Vivify self-casts. So, if the buff was on him for that long, it means it was going unused. So if he was not using it for that long of a point in time in the key, then why does he have so many Vivify casts? Other than if he was actually hard casting Vivify in the middle of a pull, which would be insane. But... Like, I feel like there's probably more here. How do I... Can I look more? It doesn't really... I'm not able to see more info. Dude, fuck off, details. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing dampen harm on here at all. I'm not sure if that's because the list is longer and it goes down below. Maybe they tried to use Vivify too much and started getting hit while casting. It's possible. But not using dampen harm a single time is, on its own, insane. Just... It's confusing, man. Very confusing. Actually, I was about to say... Okay, I just realized... I was gonna say that at the very least he used Fortifying Brew, but actually, no, I don't really think he did. He might have used it once, but Luck of the Draw gives you Fort Brew. Now, he had 48 seconds uptime on Luck of the Draw, 44 seconds uptime on Fortifying Brew. I forget exactly how long it is. I think it's like, what, a 4-second duration Fort Brew? I don't exactly know how much that translates into. Without logs, it's hard to say for sure. But at the very least, he might have cast a single Fort Brew. I think maybe a single Fort Brew is reasonable, but using nothing on any of those pulls is insane. Brewmaster's main thing is that they have really good cooldowns. The Druid's damage also looked terrible. He was doing less than you on one of those pulls. I mean, yeah. Like, far be it from me to defend the Druid. He actively sabotaged me multiple times. Like, his damage wasn't good, but it also, like, it wasn't terrible. You also have to remember that Prez has really good burst, so I don't remember... I don't know which pull it was. I would be very surprised if I beat him in overall on a pull. But if you were looking at, like, the damage immediately after I did, like, a Tip Fire Breath AoE Chrono Flame, Prez has really good burst damage. So. Which healer spec have I enjoyed the most so far? Well, I've only just started doing healers. We still have a lot left. So, I did Resto Shaman first, and I'm currently in the process of doing both Prez, obviously, and Disc Priest. So, I only really have about half of the healers to go off of. I would say it's tough to pick between them. Because I don't know. Healing is also weird because I'm still kind of getting used to healing in general. So I have to, like, learn all of them. With the exception of Resto Shaman. I think if I had to pick, Resto Shaman probably wouldn't be my favorite just because, like, even though the advantage of it now is, like, it's the one that I'm the most comfortable with. So I panic less on it. I don't find it to be that fun. I think Resto Shaman is, like, it's fine. But, like, I could never see myself maining a Resto Shaman, I guess. I'm inherently a tank main anyways, but, like, there are some DPS specs that I do really enjoy. Like, I could see myself maining a Windwalker Monk. I have in the past. And doing this has made me consider it could be cool to, like, try out playing a healer in, like, a mythic setting. I'm strongly considering like joining a weekend guild or something as a healer, just to get a feel for it. But until I try all of them, it would be hard to, like, really give an accurate answer. I'm tempted to say Prez, actually, because Prez has been an interesting challenge learning the spec. And I think learning about Prez, like, in theory, it is a very cool healer. And I feel like playing it in raids and stuff I would enjoy. The problem is, obviously, Prez is weak, right? It has been a bit of a frustrating challenge, because when I manage to pull stuff off, it feels really good. But Prez, it feels like, has less oh shit recovery tools than some other healers. Like, I have really good raw HPS, but like, when I'm playing Disc Priest, there's some, like, really dumb things that tanks will do, and I can just, like, get through it. Like, I've hard carried some dungeons with shit tanks by just basically keeping paints up on them at any remotely scary point, and it just negates anything that might potentially kill them. It's just really broken. And Disc Priest has, like, ludicrous burst damage. You have bubble for, like, any incoming damage. Like, you just have ridiculous tools. But, like, also, Disc Priest it's meta for a reason, right? Like, it's very strong. So, do I like Disc? Eh? I wouldn't necessarily say I dislike Disc Priest. I think it's fine. I've enjoyed my time playing it for the most part. I would even go so far as to say that, like, as far as, like, general overall specs in the entire game are concerned, I've enjoyed Disc Priest more than some others, more than, like, some DPS specs that I've played. It's fun. But do I love playing it? Am I like, wow, this feels really good? Eh, not really. It's simple. It's simple and it's strong. You keep you radiance, you slam your burst damage rotation into things, and you do crazy healing, and then you have, like, ridiculous utility and spot healing with, like, Power Word Shield, Paints Up, and all your other burst CDs. So, I don't know. It's definitely not for me. And the other thing is, like, in the past, the healing specs that I have enjoyed the most have historically been Mistweaver Monk and Holy Priest. However, I have only played them, like, very casually a long time ago, or for things like, I played Holy Priest a lot in Mop Remix. I used to play Mistweaver a lot, like, back in Legion and stuff like that. So, here we go. Hey, this group actually did CC. Yeah, well, they didn't CC that guy, but it's fine. Yeah. Oh, wait. The mech jockey activated the Peacekeeper and then died before you could get in it. I've never seen that before. Alright. But yeah, I guess, to answer your question, I can't give a full, complete answer because I haven't finished the healers in the challenge yet, right? But... shit. This is a really weird pull. Out of the healers I've tried so far, I've honestly got to say, I find Prez to be the most fun, just mostly because Prez is like an interesting puzzle to solve. It is definitely the most difficult healer I've ever played. But also, I like a good challenge, so that has been fun for me. So that is how I would answer that. By the end of this challenge, I suspect that my answer will be either Mistweaver or Holy Priest. Probably Mistweaver, because although I like Holy Priest in a more casual setting, the main reason that I have historically enjoyed Holy Priest is because Holy Priest is really good at dealing damage. So Holy Priest is like the single best healer for leveling content, because you just do crazy damage while keeping everybody alive. But that's not really practical in like a Mythic Plus setting. I'm sure I'll still be able to do really good damage. When I'm personally playing it, but I'm not going to be able to do, like, the crazy shit that I can do in leveling dungeons as a Holy Priest, where I, like, literally solo a dungeon, right? You can't do that, obviously. So, the reasons why I have historically liked Holy Priest probably will not hold up. Whereas I have actually, the only 2 times I have ever healed a Mythic Raid boss is I healed Iminar the Soul Hunter back in Antorus, and I healed Sun King's Salvation in Castle Nathria. And both times I was playing Mistweaver Monk. My god, yeah, okay, that guy fucking stuck on terrain, it looks like. Yeah, this is an oceanic dungeon for sure. There's some really janky lag going on. And why, dude, this guy is just fucking moving this boss around. Thankfully, everybody managed to still get the bombs in, which surprises me, but hey, can't complain. Stasis is about to go off. They should be able to get that. Nice. One of my favorite things about Prez, I've got to say, is the fact that it can do pretty good damage. The damage rotation isn't nearly as interesting as, like, Holy Priest, for instance, which has really cool interactions with Chastise and Holy Fire, but it's still pretty good. What is the tank's T-Mog? He is naked. Yeah. Are we kiting this back? No? Okay. Sure, I guess. Okay, well... Okay! Fuck. Just rewind. Okay. Which should be fine, but I only have a few seconds until the second rapid extraction. So... Ah, fuck! Dude! Unfortunately, that was 100% lag. My fucking... I'm, like, hitting spacebar, but the double jump, which, like, takes you forward, didn't go off.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
I just need to play it safe. Can't really rely on shit like that. The problem is, if I can't do, like, little fancy movement things like that, it's really hard to move and cast Unless I burn a hover charge, which I guess I could do in a pinch, but... Also, that's just the reason why you don't do double extractor pull, whatever. Come on, kill. You're close to 3k with your Holy Paladin, but you also wanted to play some M+ with another healer. Restoration Shaman is next on your list. Yeah, I would say Resto is definitely a good one to do. Resto is a very strong, safe healer. Like, that's why I wouldn't necessarily say Resto is my favorite in the sense of, like I said, I like a challenge. Resto is... Well, it's fairly simple. It's easy. But it's definitely a good healer to, like, have under your belt, I would say. This is fucking demon shit. This is like the one section of the dungeon where you don't want to pull like a shitload of mobs because the extractors are fucking crazy, especially in pugs. I'm actually amazed that as few people have died as they have, but... Honestly, the DPS in this group is fairly solid, which is kind of our one saving grace here. Okay, he dragged it out. Okay, he's dragging it into the solar beam, thankfully. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest. When I was starting this challenge, the one thing that every single healer friends I had told me is, do not do Preservation Evoker early. They all told me, Preservation Evoker is the hardest healer. Save Preservation Evoker for last. So what did I do? I put Preservation Evoker on one of the early pulls, and it won the pull. And so we're doing Preservation Evoker early. Which, I mean, like, trial by fire, right? All things considered, it has been a very good learning experience, so I can't really complain too much. But I can very safely say that I understand why so many of my friends told me not to do Preservation early. Like, they were not lying. There is a reason why they said that. It is definitely a weird healer. Especially in a dungeon setting. There's, like, connection issues. So. I'm a little bit paranoid after the stream went down earlier. Problem is, YouTube does this randomly a lot of times. So it's always hard to say... Okay, I mean, that guy literally just stood in the center of the room. Like... Yeah, he typed what in chat? It's like, brother, you stood in the thing. You stood in the mechanic on the ground. Like, what do you mean, what? What is, like, the #1 thing that you learn playing this game? Don't stand in the fire. Or alternatively, don't stand in the gigantic rock puddle. Either or. I really want to get a deep breath off here. I was worried about the smash, so I just waited a little bit. I think I can get a skill shot through all of them. Nice. This is gonna be kind of awkward. Nice, okay. I got in the cart before it put me in combat. The Rep Paladin's a little bit fucked, though. Unlucky. This is really dumb. Oh, we are... Okay, how? I don't... That one boggles my... What? The test subjects killed me. I didn't even do damage. The tank just didn't hit them at all? Like, one thunderclap should have gotten a threat on... what? A single healing spell ripped threat? Huh. Okay, that's... insane. The tank is also unbelievably lucky because he was not paying attention and it almost completely fucked us. Dude, this guy is doing some fucking demonic shit here. Jesus Christ. Okay. Just letting the cast go off. Okay. I'm gonna hit Emerald Communion, I guess. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, this tank is absolute fucking ass. This group is being hard carried by the DPS being relatively good. Or at least, you know, the non-Unholy DK DPS being pretty good. The Druid and the Paladin are hard carrying here. And also seeing because the tank is doing fuck all. The DK is also good. I mean, matter of opinion. I'm aware that he died. His damage has been fine. But he is also... He has also died to a lot of stuff. That death wasn't necessarily his fault. But... It's fine. It's whatever. These are some of the worst pulls I've seen. That one, he just walked into a fucking tornado. Jesus Christ. Okay, he got stuck. It looks like he got stuck on that sign, and then a tornado hit him. So, okay, yeah. He also walked into a puddle in the middle of a room, so... It's fine. Probably timing it, but what the fuck? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, this is an MDI shitter. This is an MDI shitter. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Okay, fucking retard. Unbelievable. I've never seen anybody do this fucking pull in the pug. Fucking unreal. Fucking shitter. What's crazier is, like, literally every single person in the group could see exactly what he was about to do, and multiple people typed in party chat, don't. And he fucking does the shit anyway. I mean, it's fine, but why would you ever do this in a pub? Like, fuck off. God, I fucking hate the MDI, dude. Fucking kidding me. Just can't catch a break with these fucking dog shit tanks, dude. He also does fucking 0 damage as a prot warrior. Trying to kill Zalatath. That wasn't even a blink cover. I lagged so hard I didn't get my blink. Did the full regular hover animation. You know, I will say, while I generally do like Prez, I actually do think my least favorite part about Prez is Corona Warden. All of the, like, unique benefits of this hero talent tree are fucking trash. I don't really like any of the stuff it does. The reduced, like, cast time on Empower spells is nice, I guess? But, like, the way they implemented Hover Blink is so fucking terrible. Really?
My emissary.
Yeah, just ignore the fucking crawler mines, man!
Take it.
It's not like one is literally preventing your healer from getting to where you are! Isn't that why Blizzard gave people 2 hero trees? Because if you don't like one, you can just use the other one. Nizzle. I know you're not dumb. I know you're not dumb. Please do not say things that only a dumb person would say. Like, there's Devil's Advocate, and then there's just, you know, advocating for fucking nobody. Do I really need to explain why that's a really fucking stupid thing to say? Come on. Let me just play the shitty hero talent. It's just not how this game works, obviously. But I know you know that. I know you're playing Devil's Advocate. But why?
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Take some high caliber carnage.
Oh my god! I was an inch out of the safe spot, apparently. But I couldn't see through the fucking Gatling gun. That's... whatever. Somehow that was a +2. The Unholy Decay didn't do terrible, but he also ate a lot of shit. That tank was fucking trash, though. Oh my god. Even on the Motherlode I finished, I didn't manage to get a good tank. Ooh, we're done with Prez. Kinda. Asterix. We're done with Prez Keystone Hero, but like I said, at some point, at an indeterminate point in the future, we're gonna do, Keystone Legend Prez. Rescue someone into a mine. Oh, man. You love Blink Hover? I like the idea of Blink Hover. Blink Hover is insanely fucking janky, and I wish it was implemented better. I mean, like, okay, how do I put this? It's a low bar because baseline hover is so fucking shit. It's like one of the worst mobility spells in the entire game. That, yeah, Blink Hover makes it better, but they couldn't even turn hover into a really good thing. It's still shit. It's still garbage. It's the worst blink in the game. I don't know. I'm not a fan of it. I think it... Like, keep in mind, right? Like, I feel like maybe we're overblowing. Maybe I was a little bit too hyperbolic. Chrono Warden is not one of my least favorite hero talents in the entire game. But I don't really like a lot of this stuff, right? Like, I don't know. Like, this stuff's fine. It's just, overall, it's just kind of meh. It doesn't help that Blink Hover is just such a janky ability. But, like, look, is it better than nothing? Sure, I guess? I don't know. I'm just... All the stuff about... Basically, what I was trying to say is all the things about Prez that I like are in this part of the tree, right? Chrono Warden's like... Not a big fan. Do I hate it as much as, like, Shadowpan? No. But, like, not even remotely. But I do think it has some problems. I'm not a big fan of it. But, it's my opinion, just me. I do agree that Blink Hover should be a baseline thing, but I also think if they make it baseline, fucking fix it so it actually works properly. Make it an actual blink. The fact that, like, it's a half blink, where the animation just bugs out half the time, that sucks. It's not fun. Oh, did he grabby hands a mine into himself? I didn't even see. Yeah, that was stupid. That's definitely 100% on him, then. Alright, let's get this updated. I haven't really kept this updated at all, but now we can finally punch in the final numbers. But that Motherlode ended up being my highest scoring dungeon, just because that actually was a +11. I didn't even realize. Let's see. 343. 335, Dark Flame. 334, Rookery. 330, Floodgate. 328, Theater. 328, Priory. 325, Workshop. And 321, Cinderbrew. That one was down to the wire. Man, Res is done. Oh, I will say, although this did not take me as long as Fire Mage, in terms of, like, IRL time. The problem with Fire Mage is, like, Fire Mage occurred during, like, the break in the challenge. If we don't include that, and we just include the raw time spent on Fire Mage, at that point in the challenge, I was still showcasing the time spent to get to +10s, and those keys went really poorly on Fire. So that challenge took, like, 3 parts. But the reality is, I had as much of a difficulty, if not more, pushing my key up off stream as Prez as I did on Fire Mage. It's just a lot of that stuff I did on my own time, and I will let you guys in on a little bit of a secret. I no longer have my coffee mug anymore. I had a nice little metal coffee mug. I am down 1 coffee mug. I am up, like, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dents in my wall, because after my Cinderbrew meadery key got bricked for the 3rd time in a row by a dogshit Guardian Druid tank, one of the worst tanks I have ever seen in my entire life, I lost control a little bit, and I grabbed the nearest thing and repeatedly slammed it into my wall. Over and over again. And, I kind of destroyed the top of my metal coffee mug. That's how hard I slammed it into my wall. So, I now have, 7 coffee mug lid sized dents in my wall to, remember that Cinderbrew by. So, if I'm being honest, this has been the most difficult spec so far in the challenge. At the very least, that has been partially reflected in the previous iteration, because obviously this stream has been a little bit of a mess, especially with Motherload stuff, but most of this stream has actually not been the worst thing ever. I've gotten, like, subpar groups throughout this stream. Some of the early Motherload ones were pretty bad, but at least it didn't end up eating into that much of my time. But what you didn't get to see were all of the off-stream keys, which I saved by the skin of my teeth. You didn't get to see the depleted 10 Cinderbrew, and you didn't get to see all of the garbage keys that I had to sort through to get my Prez's key pushed up to a 10. What you did get to see was my friend Shark bricking the +10 Cinderbrew that I did manage to get, which, like, admittedly, out of all the stuff that has happened during the Prez challenge, that is the one that has bothered me the least, because that was funny, right? I'm not mad at Shark. I gave him a chance. I knew he was undergeared, right? That was 100% my decision. And the fact that I get to laugh about it is nice. But I will admit, like, that on top of everything else that I've had to deal with Prez was like, I finally get my key to a 10, and it's back down to a 9, and then it got depleted down to a 7. It's been rough, man. It's been brutal. And I don't know, like, on one hand, yeah, Prez is rough. Prez is definitely one of the harder specs, for sure. But I really don't think a lot of it is, like, Prez Evoker. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like I've really struggled that much with this spec. I don't really think it's nearly as bad as people give it credit, claim it is. Like, I don't think Prez is that terrible. It's not Disc Priest, though, and it's not Resto Shaman, so on one hand, even if I'm playing correctly, there are certain things, like, Spirit Link gets you out of so much bullshit on Resto Shaman. Disc Priests can get out of so much bullshit with, like, just everything that they have. So it's entirely possible that, like, some of the bricked keys, even though it wasn't necessarily my fault, right, the reality of healing shittier players is bad shit's gonna happen. Healing gets exponentially harder when you play with bad players. And a lot of the stronger healers have tools that let you just hard carry those people. It doesn't matter if they're standing a mechanic, you just heal through it. And I did that a lot on Resto Shaman, because it does, like, crazy spot healing, and has broken stuff like Spirit Link, and I'm admittedly more comfortable with it. Disc, I've also gotten away with some deranged shit. Like, I would say probably my best performance in any key that I've done as a healer, and the one that I can safely say would not have been timed without me there, is the 10 Floodgate that I did on Disc Priest. The amount of insane god tier heavy lifting I had to do in that Floodgate was fucking crazy. That group was trash, and I hard carried the fuck out of them. And I'm gonna be real, I don't think I would have been able to do that on Press Evoker. I really don't think that would have been possible. That was one of those where I had to use, like, every last part of my kit as a Disc Priest to keep that group from just killing itself. It was insane. So, like, I don't know. It's weird. Because, like, any other... I think that's maybe part of the problem on Prez, right? I don't think Prez is inherently a bad spec, but it's like, there are like, let's say, DPS specs that are maybe worse than Prez is at healing, if that makes sense. The problem is, if you're bad at DPS, all you do is ever so slightly less overall. It's the difference between being number 1 damage and, like, number 3 damage, but only, like, a few million behind, or something like that. And as long as you're doing the mechanics, it's not really going to impact the overall flow of a key. Similarly, the hardest tank for Mythic Plus undoubtedly is Blood DK. At this point, we're basically done. We're going to finish Guardian Druid in a moment. We'll do that at the end of the stream. There's enough time at this point. So I've done all the tanks at this point, and obviously I have a lot of experience with tanks in general. And I can safely say that, you know, Blood DK is by far the hardest tank to do Mythic Plus on right now. Not even close. And the nice thing about that is, like, it doesn't fundamentally change the way that other people do keys. It's just kind of like a you problem. You just need to figure out how to live some of the big pulls by, like, perfectly timing your death strikes. And it's really sketchy, but, like, if you pull it off, individually, you as the player, Blood DK is fine. It's just hard to make it work. So, you know, you're not really going to notice the... I guess, how do I put it? If you have a shit Blood DK tank, then obviously it's going to impact your group. But I think the other thing is, like, Blood DK isn't really meta anyways. So, yeah, you're going to have the Blood DK that flops, but also, like, I had a Brewmaster that flopped. Does that mean that Brewmaster is bad? No, Brewmaster is really good. So, it's fine. But healing is inherently based on what other people are doing. And I do honestly think that Prez lacks some of the ability of, like, cleaning up other people's fuck-ups. It's not as good at that as, like, some other healers. And while that shouldn't necessarily hinder its viability, that's just something that you're gonna run into in a lot of keys. And there are certain times when, like, you know, somebody does something fucking stupid. I'm just like, well, I guess we're dead. I'll try to heal through it, but there's only so much I can do, especially since I need to set up for it. Like, I need to ramp my lifeline windows. So, like, if I don't have a lifeline out, and somebody does something fucking stupid, and gets blasted, they're fucked. Especially because, like, the thing about, like, Disc Priest is, I would say Lifebind reminds me a little bit of, like, Atonement. It's kind of like Atonement. But the problem with Lifebind is it's based around your Verdant Embrace. So, like, Disc Priest, right? Obviously, if you get caught with your pants down and you don't have Atonement on people on Disc Priest, yeah, everybody's gonna die. Except that should never happen, because you have so many ways to apply Atonement to people. So, if only one person fucks up on Disc Priest, you Power Word Shield them. That not only is really strong spot healing, you also have, like, the instant cast Flash of Light, but then that individually applies Atonement to that one person. But the only way to get Lifebind out on Prez is Verdant Embrace. And because so much of your healing is built around getting Lifebind out on everybody, you can't spot Lifebind somebody and then pump healing into them, because then that means that if there's a burst of damage about to go out, you don't have Lifebind for everybody else. So you're basically dead in the water for the next few seconds. So, and, like, what are you going to do with Echo, right? Like, the best that you can do is chuck a reversion on somebody, but if the reversion's not enough, well, you know, you're fucked, buddy. That's it. And I can dilate them, but dilate's no pain sup. Not to mention, dilate only staggers damage, it doesn't get rid of it. 50% of the damage is still taken. It's less of a DR than pain sup, and the damage eventually comes back. Now, that's less of a concern, especially on tanks, because that feeds into your reversion, right? So you can dilate and then set up, like, a massive reversion. Cool. But it's still just, like... it's technically not strictly worse than pain sup, because pain sup has a longer cooldown. But pain sup has a longer cooldown with 2 charges. So in practice, you have it up whenever you need it. Time Dilation's a 1-minute cooldown. Nice. But it only has 1 charge. So it's actually less flexible than pain sup, which is stronger in every other conceivable way. And, like, Stasis is really hard to play around. I love Stasis as an idea. It's a really cool ability. But I find it so hard to plan around Stasis. It's a burst healing cooldown that I need to have set up in the future. But a lot of the pain points in Mythic Plus are inherently reactive to somebody fucking up. And generally, you're going to want to use your Stasis for burst group-wide healing. But you can't, like, use a Stasis as, like, a panic save one person thing. I don't know. And that's obviously not talking about the limited range, the, you know, the fact that positioning is a real problem with, like, getting Dream Breaths off, getting time anomalies off. It's a fun challenge, but admittedly, it's way harder to set up than anything else. I guess closing thoughts on Prez for now. I will continue working on the spec. Like I said, we're going to get Keystone Legend with it. Not, like, right now, but I'm going to continue playing it and continue trying to get better and learn it. I feel like I have a solid understanding of it, but admittedly, it's... I also feel that there are some very glaring weaknesses in that if you have a group of people who are playing around you as Prez, it works fine. But you need people to play around you to really get the most out of the spec. And it also can't really account for random shit that happens in pugs. Whereas, for the most part, the good healers don't need people to play around them. Resto Shaman needs people to stand in healing rain, but I think, like, even then, you can redirect your own healing rain. Like, multiple places. So, unless people are literally actively running away from your Surging Totem, you're kind of fine. It's not really that big of a deal. And frankly, even if they didn't stand in healing rain, you could still just... Like, a lot of times, I will literally... When there's big movement out, I will save my downpour, or whatever that's called. I forget what the active Surging Totem thing is. I will save the Surging Totem activation, and right after we move, I'll redirect it and then slam the instant heal as I redirect it to, like, burst everybody up, and then get, like, a Nature's Swiftness. I mean, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't fit. And I've heard Prez is, like, really good in Raid, but that's the thing, right? Raid healing is inherently different than Dungeon healing. Dungeon healing is, by its very nature, more reactive. Raid healing, Prez sets up these, like, ludicrous ramps where it can pump out absurd HPS in a burst of damage, and a lot of the scariest parts in Raid is massive burst damage on every single person. And by all accounts, Prez is fucking god tier for that. But you're just not really going to run into that as much in a dungeon setting. And honestly, in dungeon settings, that's the stuff that I'm good at, right? That I've had no trouble, you know, oh, the boss is about to do a big burst of damage. I have tools for that. I haven't really struggled that much. It's the random triage damage that really, really is hard to keep up with at times. Oh. Alright, let's read chat. If you're going to try raid healing, I bet you'll love Flameshaper less. See, admittedly, I can't say for sure because I haven't tried Flameshaper, right? But I've spoken with the Prez Evoker in my guilds about Flameshaper, and it actually sounds really fun. I actually think I am tentatively going to disagree because I probably will try it at some point. I actually think I will like Flameshaper a lot. It sounds like a cool playstyle. So, I don't know. Tank players can't play with other tanks? You're not wrong. Okay, so on one hand, yes, obviously, as a tank main, I am inherently hypercritical of other tank players. And there's definitely going to be times when I'm, like, extremely nitpicky about, like, okay, this guy's making, like, a stupid mistake that, you know, most people would probably consider to be fine. But at the same time, let's not pretend that I haven't gotten some fucking demon tanks. There's a lot of different tank players who don't play the same way that I do, and I still respect them. Like, if somebody is doing really safe pulls, not doing a lot of damage, but keeping themselves alive, and they're building for, like, safety and survivability and consistency, that is not how I like to play as a tank, but I still respect that. I feel like that is still a perfectly fine way to play, especially at this level. And I can understand that if somebody wants to do that as, like, a learning experience, sure. But, like, a lot of the pulls that Warrior did were just objectively dumb, and his damage is just fucking bad, so... yeah, I don't know. And specifically, I'm pretty sure I saw you type that message when I was talking about the dogshit tanks that I had off-stream, which, dear lord, you don't even want to know how bad those tanks were. I mean, I do not exaggerate when I say it is some of the worst tank players I've ever seen in my entire life. One of the Cinder Brews, I got a prop paladin who did the first room of Cinder Brew. He did not press Shield of the Righteous until, like, his health was at half, and he did not press a single defensive cooldown, and I had Dilate on him, and I slammed him with 2 reversions, and he still fell over. Like, he just melted. And I checked, he pressed nothing. He did the big pull, as a fucking paladin, pressed nothing, didn't even try to, like, you know, bubble taunt at the end, just let himself, boom, dead. And then the key was over. I'm like, okay, that was fucking cool. And then I had a dogshit bear druid who was running Raise as a moon bear, right? Which, just in case you don't play Guardian Druid, you just don't talent into Raise as moon bear. You just don't. You don't talent into Raise at all right now. You shouldn't, at least. Right now, especially on Moonbear. Yeah, honestly, yeah, especially on Moonbear. Technically, if you're really pushing for, like, cleave damage on Druid of the Claw, you can run it. It's not ideal. But the reality of Guardian right now is Thorns of Iron does so much damage, and Iron Fur's off the GCD, and guess what? It's also a defensive ability. So, on Druid, what you can just do is hit Mangle Thrash, just alternate Mangle Thrash, Mangle Thrash, Mangle Thrash, and do a shitload of damage in your Incarn window, and then dump all of that rage into Iron Fur. Not only are you a brick wall during Incarn, which is good, because then the healer doesn't need to constantly be pumping healing into you, but Thorns of Iron causes you to do pulsing damage based on your armor with Iron Fur active, so it actually does really good damage. So you're basically dumping all of your rage into a defensive ability that is also a damaging ability, instead of wasting it on something like Raise, which does nothing for you defensively, because Ursoc's Remembered Fury, or whatever the fuck it's called these days, they always change the name, is garbage now, so nobody runs it, so you're not getting survivability out of it, and it's just better to hit Mangle and Thrash, because they also do pretty good damage themselves. So, like I said, it's really hard. On one hand, I almost wish that I had been streaming for those keys, just because you would have gotten to see absolutely how terrible those tanks were, but also maybe it's good, because like I said, I fucking broke my coffee mug. That's how mad I was. It was bad. It was really bad. It's been a fucking experience, for sure. We all know American walls cannot handle metal mugs. What is that supposed to mean? What? Can European mugs handle, or European walls handle metal mugs? Is that what you're saying? What are European walls built out of? Zal said, I genuinely believe it's better to play something you enjoy more over something that's mathematically superior. It's supposed to be a fun game. If you don't enjoy it, why are you playing it? Like, okay, so on one hand, I get what you're saying, but obviously you understand why... You yourself said you understand why people don't agree with that, right? And also, Nizal, like, not to be that guy, but kind of to be that guy, it really does matter the level you're playing at, right? Like, you're saying that that's how you prefer to play, and that's respectable, right? I'm not going to say you shouldn't play that way, but also I think you understand the insanity of telling me that might be something, because it's like, well, yeah, you can play however you want, right? And if that is what you personally find fun, sure. But I am not saying this from a perspective of like, oh, I just want to play the thing that, I think is the most fun. Obviously, I am playing the build that is good. The entire point of this challenge is I'm trying to learn the meta builds for each spec. I'm trying to learn the intended playstyle for every spec, right? So it doesn't matter if I think it's fun or not. That's the point. I'm trying to figure out how to play it. I'm not going to, like, basically run like with handicaps on and play the spec incorrectly because I loosely maybe enjoy it more a different way. And, obviously, I am inherently a performance-focused player. Always have been, as you well know. And you yourself say, a lot of people don't approach it like that. But also, I think, if you're saying that as like you understand that people have a different mindset, okay, cool. Yeah, then I guess it's just an agree to disagree thing. But if you're saying you don't understand why people play in a way that isn't fun, well, I think everybody has a different definition of fun, and also, whether or not I find something incredibly fun doesn't matter. Just a very simple example, right? Like, am I going to find... Right, how do I put this? Right now, I don't hate Prop Paladin. Like, if I absolutely despise Prop Paladin the same way that I do Vengeance Demon Hunter, then maybe I wouldn't play it. I don't know. But I do not hate Prop Paladin. I think it's a fun tank. But I've been playing it all season. I'm a little bit tired of it. It has some quirks that are kind of a little bit exhausting, especially on Reclear. The extensive RNG makes it very unfun to play for farm, because the only fun thing to do on farm is to go for parsing, and parsing right now is virtually impossible as a Prop Paladin. Every single boss is a complete crapshoot. You either get insane procs, or you don't parse. Like, it's that simple. So it doesn't matter that I have literally perfect gear on my Prop Heli right now. It doesn't matter if I play perfectly. It is an insanely random spec currently. So, admittedly, Prot Warrior, also kind of random. I really vibe with Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior, at least the RNG feels fun. I never feel bad if I don't get, like, a slightly faster shield charge. It's just whatever. It's slightly bonus damage. I don't feel bad if I don't get, like, a free execute proc, even though that can actually be a massive deal in some cases. So, technically speaking, I think numerically Prot Warrior's parsing is a little bit more RNG, but I still find the playstyle fun. But getting really unlucky on a Prot Paladin actually kind of sucks. It's a little bit frustrating with the current design of the tier set bonus. So I don't necessarily love Prop Alley. It's fun still, and it kind of averages out on prog, but like I said, during Reclear, the only thing that you're playing it for is parsing. So, why do I still play Prop Alley? Well, because on Mugsy, the only way to reliably do it without completely changing the strat is by having a Prop Alley for Bubble and Spell Ward and all that stuff. So, although there's actually a lot of stuff on Mugsy that I kind of need on my other tanks, I'm not going to go to, like, the officers of my guild and be like, hey guys, I'm just not going to play Prop Paladin on Mugsy. Figure it out. Like, I'm not going to do that, because that would be fucking trolling. I would be actively griefing the rest of my raid, even though I would rather be playing something else. So, well, obviously I understand if your personal approach is, I only want to ever do the thing that is the most fun for me at all times. Sure, but again, I think it's a little bit naive to be like, why doesn't everybody do that? Well, like, because it's a multiplayer game. And am I generally going to try and do the things that I find fun? Sure. But am I also going to, in one situation, play Prop Paladin on a boss because it makes the fight infinitely easier for everybody else? Yes. Am I going to play Chrono Warden on Prez, despite being a little bit frustrated at some of the mechanics and, bitching about it in the middle of the key, despite that? Like, yeah, I'm still going to run it because it's what literally everybody plays. It's not like a choice. Every Prez plays Chrono Warden in keys. Flameshaper doesn't really work in keys. I did a lot of reading into that to see if I could play Flameshaper, because, as I said, I actually think Flameshaper looks cool. Nobody plays it in keys. You can't really play it in keys. So, like, yeah, I could play the worst thing, just because it's fun, but it would fuck over the other people. So that's why people don't do that. That's why people, generally speaking, will make slight sacrifices. Now, obviously, there's a difference, right? Don't lock yourself into something that you absolutely hate, right? Like, if Vengeance Demon Hunter receives 0 changes whatsoever, and next season Vengeance Demon Hunter ends up being, like, the meta tank for Raid, and my guild asks me, hey, can you play Vengeance Demon Hunter? That's the one tank that I'm probably gonna say, no. Because right now, I just really hate the playstyle of Vengeance DH. It's the only tank that I just, objectively speaking, think feels like dog shit to play. So, there is definitely, like, a line somewhere that I will not cross of, like, I am not going to sacrifice all of my enjoyment playing this game to do something like that. Now, hopefully, I don't really think Vengeance Demon Hunter has a chance of being meta unless it gets a rework, in which case, if it gets a rework, then hopefully they finally fix all of the fucking problems with the spec that I've been complaining about for years. They probably won't, though. Never have. So, you know, anything else I'd be fine with. But, like, let's say Prop Paladin's still meta, which that one actually has a decent chance to be meta. I'm probably still going to have to deal with some RNG shenanigans early in the tier. Is that going to annoy me slightly? Sure. Would I probably rather be playing Brewmaster or something like that? Maybe. But am I going to hate it enough to play something that's, like, strictly worse for raid progression? No. You have to make sacrifices, right? At least you have to make sacrifices if you want to play the game at a even remotely competitive level. That's just how the game's designed. Which, again, I know you don't, that's fine, but also, like I said, a little bit naive, and, yeah, no, I'll leave it there. A little bit naive to make that point. Like I said, I know you're a smart person. I know you know better than to make that point. I don't know. You said, you'd love to hear a post-mortem tier list once you're done with the challenge, explaining what specs you thought were the most fun or easiest to do the challenge with. Yeah, I'm gonna... enough people have said something like that I'll probably do that. I don't know exactly what form it'll take, but I will... A lot of people have said tier list. Initially, I wasn't planning on making a tier list, but every time people ask, like, so many people have asked, am I going to make a tier list? To the point where I might just do it in that format, because that seems to be what so many people are asking for. We'll see. You know, it's going to be probably another month or two until we get to that point, but I will definitely make some sort of analysis video after I'm done talking about my thoughts on every single spec. You blame American walls, usually concrete. I mean, we have some concrete walls. It's just my walls in particular are not made of concrete. You're one of those demon takes that grabs half the dungeon in the first pull of Motherload. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? That dungeon was actually an excellent example. I don't necessarily think it was the Prot Warriors how do I put this? He was not the reason that pull went well. He did the same dogshit MDI demon pull at the start of Motherload that, like, many tanks have done before him. The Solar Beam from the Druid was really good. The Druid CC was very good. He did a great job. I don't know who else CC'd, but it looks like the Paladin and the, Can even look at interrupts. Yeah, oh my god, yeah. Legend. Paladin was interrupting like crazy. So I'm willing to bet the Paladin probably did proper CC as well. This guy wasn't really kicking a lot, but whatever. So the CC in that first pull was really good. I barely had to heal at all. So the problem with doing that pull in a zero comms group is you have situations like that where everybody does CC, and you just group it up under a Solar Beam. We had, like, grips to pull in the straggler mobs, and they did really good damage. The pull melted. I basically didn't need to heal anything at all. I think I don't even know how much HPS I did on that pull. Probably like 800k or something. Barely anything, because there was no damage going out. Great. Awesome. That's why people do that pull in the MDI and shit like that. It works if you CC. But then, in every other dungeon, when I saw a tank do that pull, and there was zero coordinated CC, either I would get Ice Spritzered, and it wouldn't get kicked, and I'd have to either Emerald Communion or fucking die, or, like, a million other casts and damages going off, like, we're getting full duration fan of knives on the entire group, and I'm sitting here blasting 2.5 million HPS, and then we still wipe, because literally not a single CC goes off. In a coordinated group, you will always have that crowd control. It's an easy pull if people do their jobs. In a pug, you have no fucking clue if people are going to CC, which is why in every single pug tank route that I do, I assume nobody's going to do any CC aside from myself, and if I cannot pretty much single-handedly cover almost all of the CC, I don't do the pull. So generally, when I am pugging as a tank, a lot of my routes look much safer and much more conservative than, like, the average run. But guess what? I almost never, ever brick a key when I'm tanking. I have, like, I don't know what it is, probably something like a 99% success rate tanking keys. Like, on... I honestly, the only key that I can even remotely think of recently that I depleted when I was tanking it is the 12 Cinder Brew that I did on my Blood DK. And that one, first off, I was on Blood DK, right? And I just did a really stupid big pull when I didn't have cooldowns, and the moment I did it, I'm like, why did I do this? I'm not on one of my tanks that could survive this pull, and I already knew I had fucked up. That is the only time I've done that. And Cinder Brew is especially a weird one, right? And Blood DK also just weird tank because of that. Especially my Blood DK isn't, like, insanely geared, so it can get a little bit tricky. But it's so easy to do routes as a tank that just never put the group in any danger whatsoever. And yet people opt to do pulls like that, where it's like, if you don't have a really good group with 0 comms, you're just dead. If people don't get kicks, you're just dead. If 3 ice spritzers go off, you're fucked. Like, there's no playing around that. Now, obviously, even if I were to do one of those pulls on most of my tanks, I could usually CC it. Like, if I was on a warrior, obviously I'd be CCing the ice spritzers and stuff, but a lot of tanks don't, right? Vengeance is honestly one of the only tanks that can reliably solo CC pulls like that, because you have Misery, you have Silence, you have Chains. And even then, they're a far cry from what they used to be. But still, in a pug, it's like, why? Why would you do that? Especially if the goal is just to time the fucking key to get crests and gear and stuff like that, or fill vaults. There's just no point doing things like that. I don't know. Nizal said, I've never been a fan of the whole second game parsing meta. With current tuning, difference between top 5 and bottom 5 specs is less than 6%. I'm trying to think about why that's just an incorrect statement. How do I explain why that's wrong? So, for starters, I know exactly what you're referring to, because there was literally a Wowhead post earlier today that basically said, you know, data from Warcraft logs, blah, 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 blah. So, I guess the first thing that I can say that is just... It's a false equivalency, because you're in an argument about playing proper builds versus playing what you find fun, you're citing the overall balance between all specs in the game. Except the overall balance of all specs in the game, with the top spec versus the bottom spec being 6%, which, keep in mind, I don't know exactly, I can look at the Wowhead article, I'm 99% sure they usually sort by Mythic, all bosses, yeah, literally early, 7 hours ago, less than 6% difference, blah, blah, blah. It's their generic DPS rankings. They sort 95th percentile, and looked at overall damage on Mythic. Okay, cool. Yeah. A little bit misleading, right? But the other thing that you need to understand, which is just kind of makes this completely unrelated to the discussion that we were having, is the 6% balance, even if we look at the optimal results that Wowhead is sharing, is the best possible build in the most ideal settings with perfect RNG and usually PI and support like that of one spec versus all of that same stuff on another spec. That's not remotely indicating that you can just run whatever the fuck you want in any setting and still be within 6% damage difference of something else. That's just fucking wrong. The worst hero talent on the worst spec is going to be significantly more than 6% behind the best hero talent on the best spec. It's so impossible to even describe how different of a comparison that is. Not to mention, I mean, if you want to get into the weeds on like how bad specs can be if you run the wrong stuff, there are specs where you can get away with not running core talents. You can play Bear and not fucking talent into Ironfur. That is a thing that you can do. Now, obviously, it's hard to argue that in this setting because the entire point is like, what is fun, right? And I don't really think any Guardian Druid's definition of fun is like not pressing Ironfur. Obviously, you're going to take Ironfur. But then if we get into the subject, like if we open that door of discussing, well, is it ever worth using an unviable build, we have to discuss the fact that there are talent builds that you can run that are absolutely fucking trash. There's an entire capstone section for Brewmaster Monk that is like never picked because it is complete garbage. And it basically does nothing. Like, it is so hard to actually get any value out of that even on the hardest hitting mythic bosses, you will almost never trigger these passives that Brewmaster gives you. There are situations in, like, mythic raid fights where a set of capstone Brewmaster talents will literally never activate. They are that bad. So, there are absolutely things in this game that are so fucking completely turbo ass that, yes, you should not run them if you care at all about performance. And it's because fun is, an impossible thing to describe, it's different for everybody. You can maybe tell me that there's some Brewmaster out there where Ox Stance is his definition of fun. Why would he enjoy a passive buff that never activates? I don't know. But, I mean, if you were to tell me that you really think Ox Stance is a fun passive to play around, then I'd call you a fucking idiot, but I wouldn't be able to, argue against that in terms of whether or not it's fun. But would I be able to literally point mathematically to say, like, this is terrible and you are griefing yourself by playing this? Sure. But then it's like, what are we drawing the line at? Like, what is an acceptable level of fun or not? So, I do think that, again, if you want to literally say, all I care about is what I think is fun and I don't care about performance at all, sure, that's a fine stance to take. But if you're going to try and take the stance of performance doesn't actually matter that much and you should always go for what's fun and you shouldn't ever really care about optimizing your performance, I just have to tell you that you're wrong. Because if we look at some of the most extreme cases, there are absolutely situations where you can make a decision for your character that is just fucking griefing the rest of your raid or dungeon group or whatever. And if you actually care about their experience at all, you are just ruining it by making these choices. Are people always going to make those choices? No. Are there going to be situations where something is literally, as you said, 5% behind, and it's okay to take the choice that is only 5% behind? Sure. Is it okay to take Twilight Devastation instead of Void Ritual because you like the big laser beam? Fuck yeah. It's a less than 1% difference. Stuff like that, yeah, sure. Pick what you think is fun. It doesn't fucking matter. Build and a hero talent tree that does like 20 to 30% less damage than anything else, and we're failing a DPS check consistently, you better fucking believe that I am looking through their logs, picking out every single thing that they're doing wrong, and writing a detailed message to the officer of whatever guild I'm in, explaining why this person is holding back the team. Absolutely I am. I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to flame them, I'm not going to be toxic to them, but I will make sure that whoever is in charge of the guild has the relevant information. I've done that. I did that on Kaiveza back in Narubar Palace. We had an Og Evoker Grey Parsing. I literally learned how to play Og Evoker, at least at a baseline level, by like hitting a dummy and looking at guides, just to understand exactly what was so wrong about what he was doing, so that I could write a detailed message to the raid leader explaining all of the things that he was doing wrong. Because I did not play Og, I do not know Og super well, but I know that when somebody is consistently Grey Parsing for every single boss in the raid, he's not a good player. So I literally was forcing myself to figure out exactly what it is he was doing wrong so that I could fix the problem. And the raid leader talked to the guy, got his performance up to like high green parsing, like a 44 up from a 20. Is it a lot? No, but the changes that I outlined just from cursory research of this spec that I wasn't even maining, I basically managed to double the dude's parse. And did that help with prog? You fucking bet, because we were stuck on Kaiveza for way longer than we should. There were some, like,
mind you, I'm only really learning how to play healer for the first time now. There were some glaring issues that the Resto Druid on that team was making that I was able to just very clearly see. This guy's running a 0% pick rate talent that nobody runs, and he's not running a 99% pick rate talent. Why? This thing's doing most of Resto Druid's healing. This guy, on a fight like Kaiveza, where healers are really important, this guy's doing fucking garbage healing and holding us back because the people in his quadrant are consistently dying. Well, I look in and I realize he's just running the wrong fucking talents for no reason. Something that takes you like 2 seconds to look at, and that wasn't even like I like the playstyle better. He wasn't running like any of the Gift of Ysera talents or whatever, and he was taking some like extra buff stuff. I don't remember exactly because I don't play Resto Druid. Like I said, I literally researched it specifically to give this feedback, and I boosted his HPS by a ton just by simple research. So it is just factually untrue that you should always, in a competitive environment, play whatever you quote-unquote find fun in every situation ever, because sometimes there's a reason why all the top players are running XYZ thing. It's not a universal blanket statement. You shouldn't always take the thing that does the most damage, right? Sometimes people will tell you this thing does the most damage, and they're actually wrong, because sims are also misleading. So a lot of good players will sometimes make judgment calls and say, I think that even though on a sim this seems like it's the best, it's actually not in practice. Whether or not that's finds what you find fun, there also is something to be said about, like, if the damage difference is small enough, something that gives, like, comfortability or ability to be a bit more flexible, like on a boss pull, actually can result in boosting your practical damage in an encounter more. But, like, this, I mean, like I said, we're basically having a different conversation at that point. It's a completely different subject. You know where I stand with this, right? You've been around my stream long enough. I probably don't need to hammer this home as much as I am, but, you know. Werewolf said, European walls are built out of concrete and mortar. It's an old joke in movies. The frustrated American guy punches the wall and the fist goes through. Yeah. I mean, my walls aren't, like, that or that, like, you know, flimsy, I guess. If my wall can survive 7 extremely, you know, strong... I mean, I'm not, like, the strongest person ever, but I was definitely pulling my full force into that swing. 7 at least, you know, dedicated hits. And, you know, there's dents in it, but it's not... I do not have a hole in my wall. Like I said, I just have 7 coffee mug-shaped dents in my wall now. That's what I'm referring to. Try putting I play for fun and class spec doesn't matter in LFG note and see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just a different playstyle thing. That's why, like I said, just to be clear, just to, you know, give the summarized TLDR version of my points. There is a very big difference between saying, I prefer to pick the thing that I think is fun, and that is how I play the game. Again, totally fine. But, just like, imagine if I were to tell you, no, that sucks, that's bad, you should only pick the highest performing thing. It is just as bad and naive to say that, in practice, picking the highest performing thing doesn't matter, and that the only people who do that are sweaty min-maxers that only care about parses. Because, like, the entire thing, Nazal, you started your message by saying you've never been a fan of the second game parsing meta. This is a point that I see a lot, and it's people just fundamentally misunderstanding the way that hard content works. People do not min-max stuff to parse. What you need to understand is that the min-maxing that goes into parsing is, like, so different from the min-maxing that goes into, like, not getting... How do I put this? The min-maxing, I think a better way to phrase it, the difference between a 95 parse and a 100 parse is, like, as big of a difference between, like, an 80 parse and, like, I don't know, like a 50 parse or something. I'm just kind of spitballing numbers here. What I'm trying to say is that just to get yourself to a level of, like, I'm actually playing the spec correctly, that is, like, one level of optimization. And I would argue that anybody doing remotely competitive content should be doing that optimization. That is just, like, I am pressing the correct buttons, I am talented into the correct shit, and I'm, like, doing mechanics in the ways that people should generally be doing mechanics. That's just, like, I am playing the game of World of Warcraft in a way that is, like, helpful to the other players that I am playing this game with. And then there is, like, the whether or not I'm doing, like, 2.2 or 2.3 million damage in practice, that's not gonna fucking matter. You know, that's not going to change whether or not I, you know, kill the boss or not. Realistically speaking, the damage check outside of a race to world first level will never really matter that much. But some people like me do like to take that a step further and do like to heavily min-max my shit. So, am I going to, like, how do I put this? Am I going to, in a raid, in one of my guilds, look at, like, somebody who's getting, like, a 75 parse and harp on them for not doing, like, all these super duper min-max things correctly? No, I'm not going to. If they're parsing, like, hell, honestly, on a mythic prog boss, I'll take, like, a fucking 60 or higher, really, in most cases. Like, obviously, extenuating circumstances, if you're the guy who is doing literally all of, like, the mechanic stuff on a boss and you're getting, like, you know, a 40 or a 50, alright, sure, yeah. The thing that a lot of people also don't seem to understand, because the people who don't understand how parses work, how Warcraft logs work, a lot of times will say, well, somebody has to be below average, right? Like, somebody has to get, like, the low parses. The thing that you need to understand about Warcraft logs and how parsing works in general is that, like, 0 to 10% should be, honestly, filled with one of two things. People who died basically on pull, or people who are literally getting carried. And there are a lot of carries. So there are going to be an extremely large amount of people, especially as the raid goes on, who tag the boss and jump off a cliff, because that is what the people boosting them told them to do. And they are still registered as killing that boss and getting a parse. And those people still count when you're doing parse rankings. They should, realistically, be filling up, like, the bottom 10%. So, honestly, in a lot of cases, even up to, like, bottom 20% or something like that. Those are people who are literally dead. They literally die to a mechanic, and, frankly, 20 to 30 parses, even 20 to 40% parses, should, in almost all situations, we're talking like DPS, obviously healer parses are very different because, you know, people play well. Healer parses are a meme for a reason. But any damage parse, at that range, is also going to be filled with people who died at some point in the fight. Like, they popped all their cooldowns and then they got, like, fucked over by a mechanic or something like that. Or just nobody healed them and they died, or something like that. And it's going to grief their parse. The very low parses should be filled with people who just got fucked over by stuff like that. And it happens, right? It happens to anybody in raids. And if that happens to you, it sucks. Nobody likes getting a gray parse in the kill pool because they got targeted by a mechanic and they got fucked over. Like, it sucks, but it happens. But also, because it happens, it means that parses like that are very common. And you're going to see, well, common enough that it is going to pretty much, should at least, occupy the entire bottom area. So, I see a lot of people saying, like, oh, well, you know, 50% is technically, you know, average or whatever. No, it's not. If you are trying your hardest and parsing like a 50%, you are dog shit. Like, plain and simple. When you look at parses, you have to really look at parses as, like, if somebody is alive, hitting their buttons from the start of the fight to the end, and they don't die, a 0 parse is a 50. A good parse is, like, a rank 1, obviously. And you have to look at somewhere in between. So, if I see somebody in the 60 to 80 band on, like, a mythic prog boss, and that they're consistently doing around that range, that is average. That is, like, they are doing exactly what they should be doing. If you look just at the numbers, you might be like, oh, well, that should be above average, right? No, that is average. The low parses are filled already. So if you ever see somebody on a mythic prog boss busting their ass, gray parsing, that person is making multiple fundamental errors because they are doing damage that is comparable to somebody who is dead, to somebody who is literally pressing nothing. So, yeah, it's just very different, right? There's a very big difference between parsing meta, the second game, right? What you're referring to is when on reclear bosses, I try to get a rank 1 parse. Or even people trying to get orange parses who normally get, like, purples, right? And are trying to, like, make optimizations to that. That's the parsing meta. But if you're doing, like, competitive content and you're not putting in the effort to be in that, like, 75 or higher range, you are holding back your team. Plain and simple. You just are. Anyways. Another thing to consider, by the way, is especially when it comes to like Warcraft logs, rankings, and stuff like that, a lot of people will, I guess, how do I, for your log page, this is kind of a slightly separate topic, but generally speaking, you would hope that if you've done a boss enough times, eventually you are going to do something well enough to get an orange parse. It is theoretically possible for every single person in the world to have an orange parse at some point in time, right? There's a difference between the current rankings and what is displayed on your log profile. Most people just look at what is displayed on your log profile. And when people say, like, oh, I'm an orange parser, they don't mean that, like, my rankings at this very moment in time are all orange. Because if I, like, let's say if I look at my, just look at my paladin, for instance. My prop heli right now is, I'm rank 144 for Mythic Liberation of Undermine. I have a orange or higher parse on everything except One-Armed Bandit, which I have the least amount of kills on. And also, One-Armed Bandit is a weird one because my guild has only done, at this point, the One-Armed Bandit strat of you just skip all the ad sets. So my boss damage, I'm sure, is significantly higher, but it is quite literally impossible for me to parse in that boss because we do a strat that just does not allow me to pad. But if you look at my log page, Giliana Zul'jin, 96 on Vexy, 99 on Cauldron, 99 on Rick, 98 on Styx, 98 on Sprocket, 99 on Mugsy, 98 on Chrome King Gallywix, and then, like I said, an 80 on One-Armed Bandit, which, again, not even a bad parse, just not an orange. But then if you look at the current parses, my Vexy has now fallen to a 405. My Cauldron is, instead of a 99, now a 144 rank, so it's an orange. My Rick is actually still a pink. Styx, my parse has now fallen to a 43. Sprocket, 92, which they're both still oranges, but like my Gallywix, for instance, at the time was a 98, an orange parse. Now it's 160. It is only a purple parse. So the reality is that over time, what was once, a rank 1 will eventually fall to sometimes even a purple. And if you look at somebody's log page, if you see that they have good parses, that means that at least at some point they managed to do well on that boss. And realistically speaking, most Mythic Raiders should have at least a solid smattering of oranges on their log page. They might not be getting that every single time, but they should be pretty consistently able to get, at some point, an orange parse. If the stars align, if you don't get fucked over by mechanics or something like that, you should be able to get an orange parse, right? Another thing, like, if you want to see if somebody's really good, look at their median parses. Like, I have a median parse of 97 on Rick Reverb. I have a median parse of 97 on Mugsy. Over 6 kills. I'm gonna be honest, pretty fucking good. I'm pretty happy with that. Mugsy, not necessarily an easy boss, especially as a prop heli where you have to do a shitload of mechanics. I have a 94 average across 4 pulls on Chrome King Gallywix. So, like, if you were to look at my logs, you would see, okay, yeah, consistently, I am able to play well on any given pull without, even with, mind you, prop heli right now, insanely high variant spec because of the tier set bonus. My prop warrior, Anji, also fairly high variance. I have a few more purples. Also, my prop warrior is just less geared, right? But even actually, the irony is, my prop warrior is higher all-star rank than my prop paladin. My prop paladin is rank 144 overall, despite the fact that my parses are actually lower across the board on my prop warrior. I'm actually rank 85 overall for prop warriors in Liberation of Undermine, just because there's significantly less prop warrior players than prop paladin players. But, some, like, how should I put this? If somebody meets the performance, roughly, of, like, my prop paladin and my prop warrior, I wouldn't really consider them, in a lot of cases, a sweaty min-maxer. I just consider them doing their fucking job, right? And if I look at a prop heli and they're getting, like, gray or green parses, they're just fucking bad. You should just be able to always get higher than that. Because if you're doing that, you're comparable to somebody, like, Basically, I could die for the latter half of a Gallywix kill, and I can still do more damage than my former co-tank in my Prot Warriors guild was doing on his Prot Paladin. Like, that's how low his damage was. And admittedly, it was his ult, so he wasn't nearly as good at playing it. Not, like, really flaming him, but also kind of flaming him, because, like, I still think if you're bringing something into a mythic setting, you should understand it well enough to not get a Grey Parse in every single boss. Especially because then it makes my life hell, and I constantly work threat, and yeah, it has direct impact on the other people in your team, so, you know. You think comfortability is super important, but if they're griefing too hard, then they need to fix it? You had to tank Gallywix Heroic, hadn't played tank in months, you played a Loon's Chosen. It did nerf your damage a lot, but it also meant you didn't have to learn a new hero spec. That's actually a... Moof, you may have picked out probably the single best example that I can currently think of for where comfortability is important. And ironically, you also picked an example where I actually did the exact same thing. Druid of the Claw versus a Loon's Chosen on Guardian Druid. Yeah. Fantastic example. I literally did exactly the same thing that you're describing when I tanked Queen Ansarek. I tried to play the super min-maxi Druid of the Claw Catweave builds when I did Queen Ansarek on my Druid, and it was way too fucking much. Even for me, it was way too much. I could not fucking handle it. Now, one of the problems with that is a Loon's Chosen is incredibly self-sufficient. It's a very tanky playstyle. Really nice. But Druid of the Claw is much squishier. It's one of the squishiest tank builds currently. And unfortunately, I was on the platform side with our two weakest healers, and which really annoyed me, especially because there was no reason to do that. I actually did message the officers and try to get them to fix it, especially because, like, my co-tank on the other side was a fucking blood DK. Like, he was completely self-sufficient, and frankly, it's not like raid damage was really that much of a concern. Like, obviously, there is a lot of raid damage going out, but, like, we weren't losing people to raid damage. Every single wipe there was to mechanics. It was to people fucking up the portals and we all get one shot, or people fucking up the grips and we die. Now, admittedly, we did need to have our Pres Evoker on that side because I needed rescue. And that necessitated at least him being on that half, and he was our weakest healer by far. He did fucking nothing. Love the guy. Super nice guy. I hope he never hears this. He also knows my thoughts on this, and he stepped down after that tier because he understood that he was weak. Which, you know, it's always difficult in games like this because, like, he honestly, what maybe my favorite healer in terms of person on that team. Really great guy, and he's the one who actually got me to try Path of Exile 2. Like, a bunch of people were trying to talk me into it. He was the one who really pushed me to try it. And he, like, really helped me in that game. Like, I went to him constantly with questions about PoE, and I honestly would not have gotten into it if he was not helping me. So, cool guy, really, you know, happy that he was, like, able to help me outside a raid. Unfortunately, he was terrible at Prez. He was really bad at Prez. So I was basically getting zero fucking healing, and I had to make a decision at that point, midway through Ansarek Fog, if I could keep making this work, or I could just sometimes randomly die because I'm just getting zero direct healing from my healers. So I swapped to a Loon's Chosen. And that, actually, on the topic of, like, oh, there's only a 6% difference, the difference between Druid of the Claw and a Loon's Chosen is like a fucking 30% difference. It's big. I was doing like 1.1 million damage consistently on Ansarek, on Druid of the Claw. I think, what did I get on our Ansarek kill poll? Shit. Elvara Zul'jin. Here we go. The Rhubarb Palace. I got... On our kill poll, I did 672,000 damage on my Druid. Which, mind you, at the time was still a 70 parse. Because there were enough Guardian Druids who had also run a Loon's Chosen. I was one of the higher Loon's Chosen parses, so I was still playing correctly. But it was like a 300,000 DPS loss, bare minimum. I think it was about a 300,000 DPS loss if you weren't cat weaving, and it was like 400,000 if you were cat weaving. So no matter how you slice it, you lose a lot of damage playing that. And yet I made the swap because it was just better. It was much safer, and that amount of damage, while significant for me personally, was not the thing that was going to make or break the kill. You know, there was no real way in which that level of damage just on me alone would change things, and it significantly improved like another aspect of our raid. But also, exactly like, you initially said, Move, comfortability. Comfortability is different than fun, right? And also, it wasn't necessarily just for comfortability. Like, if I had been able to genuinely make Druid of the Claw work, I would have kept trying. I think it's a fun playstyle, and it was definitely tricky to play on Kaiveza, but I still played it because it was fun, and because I was able to make it work. Like, healing was not an issue. I just had to bust my ass to make it happen. The problem is, I ran into a situation where, quite literally, I knew for a fact that with the healers I had, my build was just not going to work. Like, it might have worked like 50% of the time, but they did not do enough healing. Plain and simple. So, that was definitely, comfortability to an extent, but also just practicality of there was an actual advantage. I wasn't running it simply because I thought it was more fun. I'm running it because sometimes damage isn't the only thing that matters, but I was still optimizing the fuck out of my damage on a Wounds Chosen, right? So, biggest issue with Heroic Parse is that it's skewed towards big groups. As balance, you parse to 60 than you did in a 25-man group, getting a 95 in every boss. Admittedly, I don't look enough into Heroic Parses to say. I'd be curious to understand why you think it's biased towards big groups, because logically speaking, that should not make a difference. The only argument I could see towards big groups causing your parses to be better is you're more likely to have all of your necessary buffs, right? So, like, if I'm in a 10-man group and I'm playing like a tank or something, the odds that my group doesn't have a monk for monk debuff is higher. Whereas in a 25-man or something, you're almost certainly going to have at least one monk in the bunch. Okay, I see what you're saying. In a larger group, raid mechanics are more likely to target you. That's fair, yeah. I guess I'm more thinking as a tank, that's never really a concern, because you still have to do the exact same things, regardless of group size. But yeah, okay, that's a fair point. Depending on the boss, that absolutely can. Like, Styx Bunkjunker just comes to mind of, if you're getting the ball every time, obviously that's going to fuck your damage. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Hadn't really considered that. You regularly green or gray parse, but then again, you play with 15 FPS on a good day on raid? Yeah. It happens. Like, I guess I should clarify my statement by saying, obviously, 15 FPS, if you have a really, potato computer, that definitely can make a difference. So technically, that still falls into the category of, like, something wrong is happening. If you are playing in ideal conditions and doing all the correct things, you should not ever be gray or green parsing. But yeah, I guess if your computer is being a nuisance, not really much you can do about that. And I still think, shit happens, right? Somebody is going to get like a green or gray parse every now and then if some really bad thing happens. Like, to give you an example, right? I think I even just got done saying that if we look at my prop paladin, we look at my prop paladin, Rick Reverb, I have a 97 average on Rick Reverb. And yet, just this past reclear, I brought my prop paladin to Rick Reverb. I have an 82 parse, because at one point, I died. Like, towards the end of the fight, I fucking died. And the reason for that is a combination of greed and lag. On one hand, I was letting myself get a little bit too low, because I had Word of Glories ready, and I just wasn't hitting them, because I was just trying to pad a little bit more damage onto the fucking explosives. And then, unfortunately, there was really bad lag that day. If anybody played on Tuesday, I don't know if other people in North American servers know, but there was really bad lag. And then I went to hit Guardian of Ancient Kings, and the cast didn't go off. And then I took a hit from Rick Reverb at like 40% health with 5 stacks of the debuff. Boom. I'm dead. Didn't have Gift of the Golden Valkyr up, just bam. Which, like, obviously, if that was like a prog kill, I would have been playing way safer. So it's a combination of just, greed and the unfortunate timing and lag. Because I was, greeding for a parse, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna hit, Guardian of Ancient Kings, and then snipe myself at like 10% with a crit Word of Glory, and then dead. So, yeah, like, it happens to everybody. You're gonna sometimes fuck up and make a mistake, but, still consistently, right? 97 average. I don't make stupid mistakes like that very often. If somebody is consistently on every boss getting gray or green parses, well, then something is very wrong. That's more so my point. We just said, what all goes into parses? You swear you're always topping people, popping CDs at the right time, and everything? You'll be second or to third place in the damage meter and still green-blue parse. Same with healing. Well, we have to separate damage and healing, right? Healing parsing is very different than damage parsing. Healer parsing is like, you have to do demonic shit. You want the stuff that you need to do for healing parsing? The Mistweaver in my guild, on Mugsy, permanently stands in the fire patch in the ground. 100% of the fight. He lives inside of that fire patch. He just plants himself there, and he sits in it, roasting himself alive so that he can heal himself more to buff his parse. That's the shit you gotta do to parse as a healer. So, parsing as a healer, yeah, nobody takes healing parsing seriously for that reason. That doesn't mean that, if you're doing your job on a really hard kill, you might get a really good parse as a healer, but a lot of times it's hard to tell the difference between a pull where shit hit the fan and a healer just popped the fuck off and just kept everybody alive through insane mistakes or whatever, and a group deliberately taking extra damage so that their healer can parse. And the other big thing for healers is your healing is highly dependent on how many you bring. So there are some times where it is theoretically possible to, 3-heal a boss. And if your healers are all very good, you can 3-heal it. And if they are very good, they'll get, straight orange parses across 3 healers. But most groups won't be able to do that, and so you'll have to bring a 4th healer, which means even if a healer would have theoretically been good enough to get, a super high parse and 3-heal a fight, they're going to get a lower parse when you are 4-healing it. So, healer parses are very strange. Your Holy Pally solo heals the first 5 to 6 bosses to get orange parses on Heroic? Yeah. You can definitely do stuff like that. Now, damage parses are different, obviously. Damage parses, it really depends on the fight. So, there are bosses that are, what I guess you would call a pad boss. So, a good example of a pad boss would be Styx Bunk Junker. Styx Bunk Junker, there are tons of adds that spawn, and in most cases, if people are doing everything correctly, the adds should die very quickly, in which case you don't get a lot of a chance to hit those adds and do damage to them, so it's going to lower your overall damage. But if you're in a group where nobody is doing it, well, you could just be the one super ethical guy who is actually doing things properly and killing the adds. And it could be solely because of you that the adds die, and you'll get a good parse. But also, how is that any different from a guild that deliberately doesn't tells people not to hit the adds so that one guy can get a high parse by doing a shitload of damage to 5 targets? You can't tell the difference. So, on a fight like Styx, it's irrelevant. Which is why, if you look at Warcraft logs, there are bosses like Styx Bunk Junker that don't have what are called all-star points. Currently in this raid tier, the only boss that is taken out of all-stars is Styx for that reason. However, there are similar things on other bosses that are not as egregious but still let people pad. Vexy has the little bikers, which you should kill the bikers as soon as possible to, get into the bikes, shoot them at the boss, but you could just let them live and have somebody hit all of them at the same time. Cauldron of Carnage, in practice, is a 2-target boss. But let's say you're playing a Shadow Priest or a Boomkin or something, where you can stand in the middle of the room and hit both of them at the same time and get your dots up on both. In that particular case, you're going to be taking damage stacks from both bosses at the same time, but you will be able to do more damage by doing that. Is that ethical? Not really. But do a lot of people do that to boost their parse? Sure. So Cauldron of Carnage, while mostly a single target fight, has things like that that kind of skew it a little bit. Rick Reverb, great example, right? The pyrotechnic spawns, you need to kill them. You need to kill the pyrotechnics. But if one person does like all the damage and does all their burst onto the pyrotechnics, if they die really quickly, they might miss out on some of that burst. But if the rest of their DPS are not doing a great job, it'll boost their parse, even if they are theoretically doing the exact same thing as somebody who is playing well, but they also have other DPS who are playing well and killing the pyrotechnics really quickly. All that to say, damage parsing can be a little bit hit or miss and hard to understand whether or not somebody's doing the correct thing, because you can play really well and not get like a rank 1 parse. But keep in mind, this is all rank 1 parses. Like, I would say in the vast majority of cases, if you are doing the correct thing, you're hitting the correct buttons, you're attacking the right targets, you are going to bare minimum be able to get like a purple parse on pretty much everything. And obviously item level will play a factor. So if you have more gear, you're going to do more damage. Pretty simple. But that's why item level parses exist. Now, I would not put too much stock into item level parses, because half the time if I'm bringing like a slightly under-geared alt to a raid, I am getting 100 item level parses on every single boss. Because generally speaking, I'm competing with people who are like getting carried or stuff like that. So, you know, don't put too much stock into that. Item level parses can also be weird because you can have the same level of gear, but you could be missing like a really crucial trinket that does like 20% of your overall. So, a little bit hard to gauge stuff like that. That being said, there are bosses, like I would say right now in this current raid tier, the fight that I generally use to gauge A, whether somebody is playing correctly, or B, if I'm trying to learn a spec and I'm looking what people run on like single target fights, Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock. Sprocketmonger has mechanics that you need to do, but there is 0 pad, it is 1 target the entire way through, and there really aren't any situations where it's like, you should be attacking Sprocketmonger, or you shouldn't be attacking Sprocketmonger, but you can. In the vast majority of cases, you can maintain close to 100% uptime, other than very specific cases where like a ranged DPS gets like a far mine, or a melee needs to step out ever so slightly to detonate a mine and then run back in. But even then, if you're playing correctly and using your mobility, you can maintain nearly 100% uptime. The one exception on Sprocketmonger, like literally the single exception, ironically, is the job that I almost always do, which is unfortunate, because as a prop paladin, I have to do the job where I am always running out of the raid with Pyro Party Pack, and I'm basically the one person who consistently is unable to hit the boss for an extended period of time, and there are going to be prop paladins who just don't do that mechanic, and so they will do more damage. So the Pyro Party Pack tank is pretty much the only role in the entire raid that can have some skewed parses as a result. Now, that being said, my average percentile for Sprocket is a 95 on my prop pally. Even with that being the case, and having to compete against prop pallies who are not doing that mechanic, I'm still getting consistently good performance playing prop pally. So, you got a 69 parse on Gallywix on your last raid with DH. At least it's blue. You're not bad, believe me. Close enough, and honestly, W69 parse. If you're gonna get a parse that isn't a purple parse, honestly, 69 is better than nothing. I would say the rest of your question, Muchas, is it really, like, there's like, I think I covered, like, basically damage parsing 101 there. Like, that's all the basics of, like, what is a damage parse, and, like, how do you identify, like, a good or a bad damage parse. In terms of, like, how to actually improve your individual parses, there's, like, so many factors that go into it, and many of them are class-specific, right? So, if you have, like, more information, like, more questions that you want to ask, and you're like, oh, well, I play X, and my gear is Y, and blah, 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 I can maybe try to give you a more detailed answer, but without anything else, that's pretty much all I'd be able to say. I think the other thing that I could say is that, in my experience, personally, I would argue that, like, 90% of parsing performance just comes down to skill. Just comes down to understanding both how to play whatever it is you're playing and how to do the boss. How to do the mechanics, how to maintain as high uptime as possible without fucking over the raid, and how to not die, because obviously if you die, your damage goes down. Pretty simple. That is by far the most important thing. More important than gear, more important than, you know, raid buffs or anything like that. Or other people in your raid or something like that. It's just, if you know what you're doing, you're going to almost always get, like, a blue or higher. Despite anything else. Like, if I can bring, like, a fresh level 80 character, you know, for the specs I play, I could bring, like, a fresh level 80 prop Pally, prop warrior, brewmaster monk, into a raid, and I'd probably still get blue parses on most bosses just by hitting the correct things in the correct order. Also, I yapped for a good solid hour there, but let's hop over to Guardian Druid and get that shit done, because we only have 2 keys left, and knock that out, and then I think that'll be a good ending to the stream. So let me change... I'm not going to change, like, the stream title or whatever, because we only have 2 keys anyways, so it's not like it's going to be that long, and I don't want to have to, like, go back and change the VOD name or whatever, so I don't really think it's that big of a deal. What key do I have? I have a 12 Theater of Pain, and I've already done a 12 Theater. Only 2 dungeons I have left are Rookery and Workshop, which are both extremely easy keys to tank. Nice. This should be pretty simple. Tank roll available. Workshop. Damn, not a lot of groups fitting all those conditions, huh? Last season 1 you rated as a Resto Shaman, so you were trying so hard to get as much possible healing as you could and only ended up with, like, 70s? Yeah, well, like I said, healing parsing is weird, right? It is... It's reliant on so many factors. Honestly, I would say, if I see a healer that's getting consistently 70 parses, that's fine. That's good. I think the way that, like, I would look at it is most good healers that I look at will have consistently around, like, consistently 60 to 80 parses in most situations. And then they'll have, like, the one odd, like, 95, 99 where, like, the other 2 healers died and they had to, like, pick up the slack and just carry the fuck out of everybody and they got an insane parse. You know, it happens every now and then. But it's impossible to do that consistently unless you're griefing your group. So, it is just inherently difficult for healing. Healing, I think I already gave you, like, a bit of info on in terms of what goes into it, and like I said, there's just too many variables to consistently get, like, good healing parses. Yeah, damage parsing is obviously, you know, a different beast, but again, that one is pretty specific to whatever it is you're playing. There are not a lot of groups up right now, huh? Damn. Probably not going to be able to get into 12s just because, you know, item or IO stuff. Right? Like, I'm geared enough for it by far. I've already done 12s in this character, but it's always tough with pugs. It's just unfortunate that my druid's key kind of bricked, but... yeah. Definitely did not think this would be as difficult as it is. Honestly, I'm gonna go make more coffee, I guess. Was debating on if I wanted to make more coffee before the end of the stream, but I feel I kind of need it, and especially if I'm sitting here doing... Do I play any Classic? Yes. I play a lot of Classic. I have at some point played every single iteration of Classic. Right now, I haven't played Anniversary since, Molten Core Farm. I probably won't touch Anniversary until we're close to TBC. I have not rated Dragon Soul now. I've thought about trying it a little bit before the end of the expansion, but... yeah, I played Cataclysm a little bit, but I just haven't really cared enough to try Dragon Soul. My guild fell apart mid-Firelands Heroic Prog, so... that was the last time I raided in Cata. Depending on your question, I might be able to answer it, because I assume you were going to ask something. But, because, I'm still, semi-knowledgeable. Definitely more knowledgeable about, stuff surrounding it than the average person. We're talking general Cata stuff. I also have played it quite a bit. So, unless it is, a specific question about a specific mechanic on a specific boss, I might be able to answer. Finally a plus 10. Maybe I'll get invited. I feel like this guy has to be AFK, because, there's no fucking shot that he's actually just not invited anybody.
I will say the fact that I'm having such a difficult time finding groups makes me feel a little bit better about the Motherload experience in Prez. Is honestly, maybe it's just like... I don't really know if I've done this challenge at all super late night on a weekday before. I've definitely done late night streams, but it was always like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which obviously more people are playing. It might just be that there's like so few groups up at this time that it's just hard. This is like asking for Coca-Cola, or asking the Coca-Cola CEO what his favorite Pepsi flavor is. I actually like that metaphor. But do you have any advice for alternative leveling methods for people who are bored of questing? As fun of a metaphor as that is, I will say I don't think it's super accurate. I would say the more accurate way to use that metaphor would be if you were to ask me, like, what my favorite leveling guide is, or what do I think of, like, boosting methods or something like that, right? Something that I actively am, like, diametrically opposed to. I don't know. But, like, the thing is, I like alternate leveling methods sometimes. As much as I do try to optimize speed leveling, I think it can be a little bit confusing sometimes, because every now and then people will, what I usually jokingly refer to as, like, ask my permission to level in a different way. They'll be like, do you think it's okay if I level like this? And I'm just like, you don't need my permission, right? You do you. If you want to level that way, fucking go for it, right? And I get a little bit annoyed when people act like they try to quiz me on, like, whether or not I think this different thing would be efficient. And it's like, if we're talking in the context of what is fastest, it's like, I've tested that. I know what's fastest. So, sometimes people try to justify leveling in a way that they find fun by trying to make it sound like it's faster than it actually is. That annoys me. However, there's nothing wrong with leveling in a way that you think is fun and just understanding that you're doing it because you're bored of doing the same questing route over and over. I do that too. Like, there is a fastest leveling method in Classic. Do you want to know what I did in Classic Anniversary when leveling this time around? I tried to do 100% quest completion. Normally, I do a lot of dungeon spam. I was bored of dungeon spam. I was bored of mob grinding. So I literally spent, like, 30 minutes going all the way across the world just to do, like, a random quest hub that I would never normally do. A set of really inefficient quests just to say that I had done it all. And I had fun doing that. Now, admittedly, that's Classic, right? That's a little bit different. Classic, I think, is more conducive for that type of leveling, where you're just, like, fucking around and having fun. Because the other thing is, like, by doing a lot of that stuff, one nice side effect is I actually made a decent amount of gold. And especially because I was trying to work on my professions as I leveled, a lot of times it would give me more of an opportunity to, like, level my skinning or gather, you know, herbs and stuff like that. So there was kind of like an extra benefit. This is Workshop. That, I would say, is less of a benefit in retail, because I think in retail, it's sometimes harder to justify that type of leveling, because in most cases, you really aren't getting anything fun out of it outside of, well, that. Fun. You know, it's a little bit easier to, in Classic, level in a way that is maybe slightly less efficient, because a lot of times you're getting some extra benefit out of it. Just like, for instance, in Cataclysm, literally in my leveling guide, the route that I recommended is not necessarily the fastest possible route, and I even say at one point you can save a tiny bit of time by, like, dungeon spamming a little bit, because I'm like, well, the end of Deep Home is inefficient, but my entire point is, like, it's not bad, and you gotta do it anyway at max level to, like, get reputation, so when you're comparing things that are very close, it's better to do the thing that gives you 2 birds, 1 stone for, like, endgame content.
So literally in my leveling guide, I recommended doing like 100% of Deep Home, and that is what I did when leveling on day 1 of Cataclysm. Something like that. I know I'm kind of dancing around your question a little bit, just because there's honestly not really a lot I can say that hasn't been said or suggested already by other people, and it's like, I mean, I don't know what I could possibly give as a suggestion of like what to do, right? I mean, it's like if you normally do quest spam, do dungeon spam or something like that. If you normally follow my leveling route, well then go to other leveling zones. And obviously, I mean, I've already posted some alternate zone suggestions in my guide, but if you've already done my guide a bunch of times, and you've done all of like the zones like Western Eastern Plaguelands that are pretty good, kind of close, but not quite as good, you already done those. I mean, what else can you do besides like Lore Master, where you just go for random zones you've never done before, or make up a random challenge, like Moof said pet battle leveling. I mean, yeah, you could. Right? So I don't know, like, basically I could name random things that you could do while leveling. There's a million different random activities that could give you experience. The reason that I usually opt for speed leveling is not even necessarily because I enjoy the route or I enjoy speed leveling more so than other leveling methods. It's more because I don't really particularly enjoy any of them, at least in the context of retail. That's why in the examples I cited of me doing something alternate, it's usually in a classic setting because, like I said, classic has more freedom to do other things and still feel like you're making progress. In retail, I'm not necessarily having a ton of fun, regardless of the leveling method I'm doing. My cup of tea is more endgame content, so if I'm gonna level a character, I'm usually going to choose the path of least resistance so that I can get it done with, right? Like, I've been over that before. And obviously, I've kind of teased in the past that there is, like, a challenge leveling format that I've had, like, slowly cooking in the back of my head, but that's not exactly something that I can just, like, drop the rule set for and say, here, try this, right? When it's ready, it's ready. And my tentative plan is to have that done by like midnight pre-patch or something, so that people can use it for whatever the new alt leveling thing is before the next expansion. Hopefully I'll have enough time to build it. We'll see. We shall see. Also, I think I forgot to show this, but this is what I got out of my Guardian Druid's vaults. I got a
5,
Mithrax Signet,
4,
which, like,
3,
it's
2,
good.
1.
From what I've seen, this is actually best in slot for Feral Druids, so that's nice. It's a good House of Cards alternative for balance. Oops, I probably used that too early. So, it's a good trinket, for sure. But it's like,
And that means passing through the Robo-Drone.
it's kind of mediocre for Guardian. It's like fine. Because you can line it up with Incarn. I would say it's honestly probably better in Mythic Plus than it is in Raid. The problem with using it in Raid is it's just never going to line up perfectly with your Incarn, and you'd rather have just, like, obviously Tome of Light's Devotion on single target. So, the fact that you would rather just have Tome Pacemaker means it's kind of a weaker trinket. And I would say, if anything, a 1.5 minute trinket like Funhouse Lens or House of Cards would probably be better in most cases, even though House of Cards I generally wouldn't run on Bear anyways, just because Mastery is like kind of a weak stat for us. But in a In a Mythic Plus setting, I actually think Signet is probably going to be pretty strong, because there's going to be enough situations where, you know, you're out of combat for enough period of time, like in Workshop, right? There's like a lot of roleplay. So in the roleplay, the cooldowns will naturally align, right? You know, my Incarn will kind of be off cooldown for an extra 30 seconds to line up perfectly with Signet of the Priory. So, out of all of the things that I could have gotten, not that bad. And it is at least comforting to know that whenever I do get to Feral Druid, I literally already have, like, basically perfect gear for Feral. So, that will be pretty nice. Also, holy shit, this mage is bad. He really lost to me. Like, see, you can see here. Unfortunately, Incarn is up a little bit early. And I'm not going to delay Incarn to line it up with Signet. But, you know, Incarn is a long cooldown, so the first half of Signet will overlap with the latter half of my Incarn. So that's, yeah, that's good, I guess. Gotta get ready to move him into the mine, or to the hammer. Ah, I was a little bit too early. It's after this ground pound. Ha 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 ha. Almost perfectly timed. Dude, it's such a vibe playing Guardian Druid after Prez Evoker. Prez Evoker is like, I'm sitting here busting my ass, trying to make sure I keep everybody alive through all of their stupidity. Guardian Druid, I'm hidden Thrash, hidden Mangle, hidden Iron Fur. We are in full fucking payphone mode, baby. Oh, man. I needed this. This is a little bit awkward. I don't think I press Incarn here, because my Incarn isn't really going to meaningfully boost my single target damage anyways. If that had been a few seconds more, could have been a little bit spooky. Trash, trash, trash. Do you do any kind of speedruns or have guides? Yeah, exactly. Werewolf, you hit the nail on the head with those are the types of comments that, like, ugh. But here you can see, because I held Incarn a little bit, I was able to line up with Signet, so that's pretty good.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
gotta say, Workshop is like such a chill key. The problem is, it's a chill key until it isn't, and the parts that can make it not chill are entirely out of my control. Like, if somebody fucks up the box, well, I have no say in that. We're mainly talking about higher levels, like 70 to 80. Yeah. I guess I will admit that one's tricky, right? Just by the very nature of how current expansion leveling is designed, it's not really something that you can do whatever you want. I mean, honestly, there really are only a handful of ways that you can do it. It's... You either do my route, you do, like, full campaign completion, just, like, do a bunch of random quests, you do dungeon spam, you do time walking spam, or you just spam only delves. I would say the most unique leveling method at, like, 70 to 80 that I've seen would probably be, like, smashing Skardan spam, which, admittedly, is... It is significantly slower than, like, my route of optimized quests and doing, like, the Delver's Call quests. But it is definitely a novel way to level. I would say the biggest selling point it has is that it's, you know, very mindless, very spammable, but you could say that about a lot of stuff, so it's not really that interesting. It's kind of funny that you say that, Nizal. One of the, oh no, oh no, oh my god. Okay, well that guy is actually the entire circus. He narrowly avoided wiping the entire group. I'm actually very curious to know how close that circle was. That guy was fucking pixels away from killing the box. Fucking insanity, man. And then after narrowly avoiding killing the box, he somehow dies. Fuck no.
Warning, excessive levels of flesh detected.
Attention, citizens. Please remain in your domiciles. Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance.
But yeah, one of the biggest questions that I've had for myself when conceptualizing that leveling challenge is how to handle current expansion leveling. I would actually argue that with the introduction of delves, there is more freedom than ever in current expansion stuff. Because when I was initially thinking about that challenge, it was back during Dragonflight, which it's like, how much can you even really change Dragonflight leveling? It's very formulaic. Bare minimum, at least delves add some level of, like, decision-making to the process. So there's that. But I guess it is fair to say that if you have done my leveling route quite a bit, you've probably already done delve leveling still a million times now. So not to mention you have to do delves a lot at max level, so it's not really new or novel. It is an interesting decision point for sure. When thinking about how I want to handle that particular challenge, I have debated whether or not I want to just let the challenge be for Chromie time only, or find some way to include current expansion, because there is such little way to spice things up. I'm not sure.
The invaders have made it past the outer defenses. I want their stench removed from my city.
I have activated all civic defenses, my king. Rest assured, these organisms will be expunged from our metropolis.
Oh, is he gonna make it? Oh, he made it. W.
My
Resto Shaman's kind of stranded a little bit.
power. Take it.
This is the CDR one, right? Yeah, CDR. I wanted to make sure I dragged that into the new pull because I don't want to have CDR on going off while, you know, my Incarn's just sitting there.
Welcome to my garden, trespasser! Looks like you could use a
My roses are of the highest caliber.
If you can't handle the heat, stay out of my garden! Looks like you could use a trim!
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
All roses are of the highest caliber! Consider this yours!
My Thrash didn't hit? There's a spider on my wall.
Prepared.
Kill the boss, kill the boss, kill the boss, kill the boss. The spider is, it's climbing. I need to kill it before it gets out of reach. Die. Ah ha ha ha. World first IRL Queenslayer? Dude, the Nerubians would be fucking terrified of me. The amount of spiders that I've had to murder... Oh, man. I have a dedicated spider-killing weapon. I think I've told this story before. But there's like a lot of fucking spiders in my house. And obviously, I don't want to get near them all the time. And sometimes I can't because they're like near the fucking ceiling. So I have... if you've ever gone skiing, there's like metal ski signs, like trail markers, basically. And in a lot of ski resorts, you can buy at a gift shop, like, you know, replica trail signs. So I have like a replica trail sign for the first double black diamond that I ever skied, which is Outer Limits. I forget what ski resort it's at. Somewhere in Vermont. But I have my Outer Limits big metal ski trail sign, and that is my spider murder weapon. Whenever there's a spider in a hard-to-reach place, I grab my Outer Limits sign, and I can just, like, whack him up there. It's flexible enough that I can get into, like, hard-to-reach little corners. Many a spider has died at the hands of that blade-ish. It's technically metal. It doesn't have a sharp end, but... to think that I actually haven't gone skiing in many years. It would be cool to do that again. I'd probably be rusty as hell. But I used to really like skiing when I was a kid. In my defense, though, my dad also hasn't gone on any skiing trips recently. He was the main reason I got into skiing in the first place. Say overall, this was actually a fairly clean run. I've been kind of brain off this entire run. Even with the shitty mage, he hasn't really been that much of an anchor. This is kind of what I mean, though, when it's like, this is 90% of the keys I do as a tank. And I mean, you guys have seen, there have been some keys, even on my Guardian Druid, that have been fucking demonic, right? But so often, it's like, if you just do basic correct shit as a tank, like, the key itself is just so easy. It's so hard for people to fuck it up. And I actually, even as a Guardian Druid, I don't have that much control. Like, if I'm playing my Monk or my Paladin, there's so much I can do to make the key easier. Don't jinx it for the last boss? No. I literally physically cannot jinx it at this point. Tanks can solo this boss. I have 10 minutes on the clock. If all people die... I mean, I also have a B-res, right? If everybody dies, and I B-res them, and they die again, I can still literally solo the rest of the dungeon from here. It is impossible to jinx it.
Cannot elude my targeting system.
That being said, everybody should be hard swapping to the Void Emissary at this point. Because if the Void Emissary goes off, what are they doing? Why are they tunneling? What are they doing? Okay, fuck the mechanics, I guess. I think some of them were trying to, like, burn this beforehand, but why? Because now we don't get the CDR buff? Whatever. Whoa, that went off? The grapple is supposed to interrupt that cast. Alright. I don't know what the fuck happened there. I've never seen those go off.
My emissary brings you power.
All power to weapons.
Come on, kill the fucking emissary, dude. Why are we not swapping to it, dude? What is wrong with these people? At the very least, somehow the boss didn't get the buff. I actually don't understand that. We also didn't get the buff, but like, Jesus Christ. It's like, if you don't let it go off, everybody takes way more damage and the boss takes less damage. It's... Whatever.
The mech originator has been destroyed. You have my gratitude here.
Oh, man.
Know that King Necron's vision of the world is not one my people
That's a rough one. Oh, man. To a Guardian Druid? One of the lowest DPS tanks? You're losing to me? Yikes. Yikes. If it's my Prot Warrior, my Blood DK. Alright, I get it. I kind of blast on those. But Guardian Druid? Yikes. I should not be beating anybody on this class. Alright. Whatever, we two-chested somehow. That said, you don't need more level 80s now. Everything you need them for, you can also do at 70. True. Goes off as someone Shadow Meld or Invis Bubble the cast too early. Pushes up the boss timers. Interesting. I actually did not know that. TIL. At least the Whirling Saws don't leave a bleed. Did they used to leave a bleed? I also didn't know that. Or rather, I forgot, I guess. I'm sure back in BFA I probably knew that. I just don't remember. Alright, one left. Rookery. Plus 10 filling vault. Alright, brother. Get me in there. Let me thrash it to death. Surely. there's no way you're gonna be that picky. Okay. Okay. Thank you. For a 10? Fine. He took me in the end. I probably don't need to refresh food buff and flask. This shouldn't take longer than 30 minutes.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So it's the same shaman for the last key. And he said, "Hi Tank, I just ran a workshop with you." And then I said hi, and then the party leader, the Death Knight, said, "Was he good?" And the rest of the shaman said yes. I wasn't planning on doing the double pull, I normally don't, but fuck it, we ball. Let's do this side first, based on where the patrols are. It should have been mine, Balmung. Oh! Alright, we're pulling in extra shit now, huh? I'm pretty sure this DK is, like, intentionally pulling for me. Which, like, I mean, he's blasting, so I can't really complain too much, but...
My emissary brings you power.
Okay. That was definitely intentional. And shit, if they can handle it. I would not do this in a pub, but... I guess the rest of the shaman was pretty good last time. The shaman is pretty good on mana. I'm gonna chain pull. Whoa! The rat pally. He just Venn diagrammed the fuck out of himself. Was that like a... I feel like that was probably an accident, but he also could have just been trying to get a big Shield of Vengeance off. I don't know. Considering how low he dropped, I have a feeling it was not intentional.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared. A willing sacrifice has been prepared. A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Currently.
Come then, face. I command this fuckery. By right.
What the hell is my directed?
Your death is my directive.
Oh no. Unlucky.
not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors. Is that what? The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we have to take it down.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
This has been like an insanely clean run, I gotta say. I've been kind of like... I've been locked in a little bit, because I could tell that the Death Knight was like... You know, he started pulling for me, he was doing like... really aggressive pulls. I get the sense that he probably wants to try and like 3-chest this or something, so... I've just kind of been like, fuck it. I'm gonna buckle down and we're gonna chain pull this bitch. That said, some of these are really difficult to, like, actively really hard chain pull. So I've still been... I haven't done anything stupid, but I've been pulling way more aggressively than I normally would. Oh, Moonfire procs, huh? That's close. So close.
My
Hey, we got the 3 chest. Easy peasy. Pants. I already have pants. Alright, that's Guardian done. You're officially 12 out of 30, or wait, 11 out of 39, yeah. We're not quite done with Disc Crease just yet. 11 out of 39, done. 11 and a half, included Disc. Yeah, I think I'll stop it here. Technically, there are more, like, alt keys and stuff that I can do, but considering Disc... So, I'm gonna do Disc Crease tomorrow, almost certainly. It's just, I don't know exactly what time. Depends on when I'm up. We will have to see. But yeah, I'll get that done, and... debating on what I want to do tomorrow after Disc. I guess whenever Disc is finished, we'll probably... I'll knock out, like, alt keys and stuff. We'll do, like, another ret key, another arms key, probably, just to get that in the vaults, and, make a little bit, like, chip away at progress on that. Another havoc key. Probably. That sounds like a good plan for tomorrow. Later this week, after Disc is done, Rogue won the poll, so when Disc is finished, it'll just be Rogue and Warlock left. I'm doing Assassination first, and then Demonology second. Now, I've started pushing my key on both of them, so I still need to get a 10 for this week, but I pushed it up to an 8 on my Rogue and a 9 on my Warlock last week, so I believe I have those from the vaults. I forget exactly what key I have on those characters. And I've been playing both a decent bit to get familiarity with it, and so far, I actually feel like I have a very strong grasp on Assassination Rogue. Like, I had to spend a lot of time reading it, and I talked extensively with the Rogue in my guild, and I feel like after all of that, I really understand it, and every key I've done so far as Assassination, I've done, like, stupid damage. Like, really, really good damage. So, I feel like I get the spec. There were a few things that, like, I wasn't entirely sure exactly how to min-max it, and I asked questions to the Rogue in my guild, and he gave me answers, so I get it now. I think I have a very strong grasp on Assassination in general. So, especially considering how good the spec is, like, in terms of it's a fairly meta spec, I don't really think I'm going to have that much trouble with the Rogue Keystone hero, which may surprise some people, because I think a lot of people have been saying, like, oh, I'm really looking forward to it, because they know how much I hate Rogue, but I'm going to be honest, Assassination fucking clicks. Something about it, I get it. Like, it's kind of fun. So, I actually fully expect to just completely steamroll that based on how I've been playing so far. Demonology is an interesting one where I don't really fully understand it. In the keys that I did, my damage was good. Like, it was solid. But there's some things that I don't really know exactly what decision to make at certain points, and a lot of times it just kind of feels like it doesn't matter. Demo is a weird spec. There are times when, like, because it feels like half the time, I don't know, like, I directly, like, even Assassination, for instance, I directly understand what I'm doing at this point. I think that's important. You know, there's a difference between, like, you know, really learning something and just kind of blindly copying it, and you can just kind of blindly copy something and just mimic the actions that you're supposed to take and do good damage. But I feel like to truly be good at something, you need to be able to adapt, and you need to really understand what it is you're doing. And, like, Assassination, that's kind of why I feel really confident with it, because not only have I been doing really well with it, but I understand what I'm doing. I'm not just, like, hitting shit. It's also a fairly complicated spec, so you can't really accidentally do well with Assassination. There's a lot of little things that you need to manage to really make it work, but I've spent a lot of time trying to understand it, and it clicks. And I'm like, I get it. I understand why I'm doing the things I'm doing. So really fun spec there. Demo, it's like, I kind of get the general priority, but a lot of times it feels like I'm just generating demons, and then somehow the demons just do fucking crazy damage. But I don't really feel like I'm in control of it half the time. The main thing that I understand for Demo is, like, the opener. The opener is pretty straightforward. It's like, you summon your Felguard, you summon your Charfiend, then you just kind of do a bunch of Hand of Gul'dans. You're just generating soul shards, spending soul shards and Hands of Gul'dan. And then right before your Vile Fiend expires, you summon Tyrant, and then you do Demonic Strength. And then once you build up, like, a shitload of imps, you implode the imps on AoE. I get the basics, but a lot of times I'm just, like, I'm sitting there flooded with, like, Demon Bolt procs. Literally more Demon Bolt procs than I can physically spend. There's also this weird thing where you want to be tab targeting Demon Bolt, which is, like, kind of annoying to manage. Just, like, in the middle of a pull, having to constantly pick a new target because it, like, applies a debuff that, like, explodes after a certain amount of time. So that's a little bit annoying, especially sometimes when I need to generate soul shards, but my debuff is, like, still a few seconds away from applying. It's like, well, I gotta generate it now, otherwise I sit here and do nothing. So that can feel a little bit iffy. And I don't know, like, Implosion's just weird, because obviously it's nice upfront damage, and, like, on big AoE pulls it makes sense, but I don't know. I will say, I can safely say I'm not a big fan of Demo already. It's just not a very interesting spec, because even, like, although I might not know exactly which decision to make at a certain point, I already understand it enough to know that it's just not really my vibe. It's just a lot of, like, maintenance. It's a lot of, like, you know, generic resource generation and spending, but then you're just kind of, like, maintaining your demons and just keeping them all rolling, and I don't know. It's not for me. I feel like I'll probably be able to play it enough to, like, get the challenge done, but For especially when it comes to, like, the 3K thing, you know, the Keystone Legend one, I'm reserving that for specs that I want to get better at, but specs that I actually enjoy. Like, I'm gonna be honest, if I somehow manage to get, like, Keystone Hero with Demo and still have no real idea what I'm doing, but at the very least I've been performing well in every dungeon, which I have been, in the ones that I've been doing to push my key, I'll probably just call it there. I'm not gonna, like, overly push myself. It's just, I don't know. But I do enjoy, like, Prez and Blood Decay, even though they were a bit more difficult, so that's why I've decided I'm gonna push them a little bit further. We shall see. Also, I guess small thing, but we're now done with all of the tanks. Every single tank has been completed as part of this challenge, which, you know, kind of a foregone conclusion, all things considered, so that's kind of my deal. Kind of a tank person, but it's nice to have that, like, you know, locked in, set in stone. You know, at least all that is out of the way. Are looking forward to it because you've never taken the time to learn Ask too deeply? Yeah. I've never really bothered to learn Rogue too deeply. I've been told by the rogue in my guild that it is a lot harder to learn Outlaw properly. So he said multiple times, oh, I'm really looking forward to when you do the Outlaw challenge, because I guess the nice thing is I'm going to have a great resource, because he's really good at Outlaw. So I should be able to learn it properly. And that really helps, you know. It's difficult, but if you have an experienced player of that spec and you could just pick their brain and ask them, like, all the questions you run into, that makes it a lot easier. That has definitely helped with, like, learning Prez for me, for sure. But yeah, I'm excited to do that, for sure. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Let's update the spreadsheet. Here. Let's see. For Dark Flame, or no, I'm missing Workshop and Rookery, right. Rookery was 335. And Workshop was 343. Just make sure, yep, yeah, I got all that correct. Perfect. Alright, Guardian is now complete. Also, I think I mentioned this earlier, but I haven't created a little tab for it, but you can see here I now have Larice 2. Alternatively known as European Larice. Which is making solid progress. I've already done a lot of stuff this week. I pretty much, actually, I think after I end the stream, I still have 4 keys left, and I'll probably do my daily delves on this character, because I've just been chipping away at it, and I feel like, you know, if I'm gonna play a character on Europe, Monk is the one that historically I've been the most comfortable with, and the one that I know how to play, like, all 3 specs, so, pretty solid on playing this, so if I'm gonna push something, it'll be this. Probably not gonna do a bunch of streaming for this character. It's just kind of like, you know, my own pet project, because like I've said, I really like the idea of having at least one European character, so if we run into another situation like the Cartel's rep thing, I have a character on European servers that I can use to test stuff. So that'll be nice to have for future projects. But alright, that's it for today's stream. Like I said, Disc Priest and some random keys like Arms, Ret, etc. tomorrow. But definitely finishing Disc Priest. It'll probably be like late afternoon, early evening when the stream starts. But I will post about it in my Discord when we are close to starting. With that, thank you guys for watching. Glad I finally managed to get Prez and Guardian done today. We are now 11 out of 39. And I will see you all in tomorrow's stream. Peace.